Chapter 573. Night time, inside a tent, Ikaros was half kneeling on top of a blanket with her head lowered. She was touching her chest with one hand. Her indigo eyes were filled with melancholy. She looked so pitiful and pitiful. You can't help but want to hug her and comfort her. Angeloids don't dream, they don't even dream, they don't even sleep. Ikaros and Astrea would spend the night in their own resting place. They would spend the night in silence. That's why Chuju, Mikoto, and the others would drag Ikaros and Astrea to sleep in the same room so that they wouldn't feel lonely in the dark. Even if they didn't sleep in the end, they would still be the ones watching them sleep. Fortunately, Ikaros and Astrea didn't feel sad about this. They might have felt a little sad in the past, but now, whenever they feel sad at night, they would sneak over to Wu Yan's side and watch him sleep until dawn. This kind of thing might be boring, but Ikaros and Astrea are very satisfied with it. To them, being able to watch the most important person in their lives sleep for countless nights is a kind of happiness that is hard to come by. He doesn't know if this is the reason why Hinajaku, Mikoto, and the others would force the two girls to sleep together every night. Maybe they're jealous, who knows. Unfortunately, after Chuju, Mikoto, and the others fall asleep, Ikaros and Astrea would still sneak to Wu Yan's side and watch him sleep. That is, unless they notice Wu Yan doing something that's forbidden to children. For example, last night when Wu Yan was with Shokuhu Misaki, the two angeloids blushed and didn't dare to enter. Because even they knew that if they went in, they would definitely be forced to play with them. The sky outside is getting dark. As usual, Chuju, Mikoto, and the others would drag Ikaros and Astrea out for a chat until they went to bed. However, Astrea went with them as usual. Ikaros, on the other hand, rejected Chuju, Mikoto, and the others' invitation for the first time. This is something that has never happened before. So when Ikaros rejected Hinajaku and Mikoto's request, the two girls realized that Ikaros must have something on her mind. Ikaros is a girl who doesn't know how to hide her thoughts. In the dim tent, if one were to look closely, they would notice a faint light flickering under Ikaros's hand that's clutching her chest, full body scan detecting abnormalities. No abnormalities detected. Rescanning. Detecting abnormalities. No abnormalities detected. Ikaros's pair of indigo pupils flashed with science fiction-like frames and lights. Her robotic voice came out of her seductive lips, telling the world what she's doing, detecting abnormalities. No abnormalities detected. No abnormalities detected. Ikaros didn't know how many times she got nothing out of the ordinary. Finally, she gave up on inspecting her body. The light in her eyes disappeared, replaced by a pair of indigo pupils. Looking at her chest that was still glowing faintly, Ikaros couldn't help but clench her fists. This strange phenomenon has been going on since the day before. It's because Ikaros noticed the abnormality in her body that she rejected Hinajaku and the others' invitation. She hid in the tent alone, trying to find out what's wrong with her body. But the result was that nothing was wrong. Her body was glowing for no reason, but nothing happened. How is this possible? If there was no reason for his body to emit light, that would be really strange. Ikaros doesn't know what's going on with her. She only knows that this phenomenon started after she broke through to Tier 9 after the Ape King died. Master. This strange phenomenon made Ikaros uneasy. Right now, she really wants to be with Wu Yan and stay by his side. It gives her a sense of security even though Ikaros is much stronger than Wu Yan. Ikaros extinguished the thought the moment it appeared. She doesn't know what's going on with this phenomenon, but she has a feeling that it's not a bad thing. Since it's not a bad thing, then it's better not to talk about it so that Wu Yan won't worry about it. Ikaros didn't know that when she rejected Hinajaku and Mikoto's invitation, she had already sold herself out. Outside the tent, Hinajaku, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Astrea, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku gathered at the entrance of the tent. They peeked at Ikaros through a small opening in the tent. Naturally, they also noticed the glow on Ikaros' chest. Ikaro-senpai, what's going on? Astria widened her eyes in shock. She looked anxious. Is there something wrong with her body? Why didn't she say it? Shoo, lower your voice, we'll be in trouble if Ikaros hears us. Chuju nudged Astria, but she too started to worry. Anyone with eyes can see that something's wrong with Ikaros's body. In the end, should we tell that guy? Frenda stood on her tiptoes and stared at Ikaros's chest. With that guy's understanding of Ikaros, he should be able to tell something, right? No. Let's not. Kinohita Sayai shook her head. Since Ikaros didn't choose to say it out loud, it must be because she doesn't want others to worry. If we super tell that guy, wouldn't it be a waste of her efforts? But we can't just leave it like that. Mikoto lowered her voice, but it wasn't hard to hear the impatience in her voice. What if something really happens to her? I don't think so. I don't think it's that bad. Shokuho Misaki rubbed her cheeks. Ikaros is an angeloid, she should know her body better than anyone else. If something really happened to her, she wouldn't have dragged it out until now. Oh right, I remember now. Astria suddenly punched her palm. Ikaro-senpai has a self-healing system. If something really happened to her, her self-healing system would have activated a long time ago. The other 5 girls looked at Astria. Shokuho Misaki said. Self-healing system? I think Yen mentioned it before. Ikaros's self-healing system will check her body and eliminate any abnormalities. Astria nodded repeatedly. Ikaro-senpai's self-healing system didn't activate on its own, that means she's fine. Astria got a little excited when she said this. She subconsciously wanted to cheer. The other girls jumped in fright and covered Astria's mouth with their hands. You super idiot. Be careful not to get super exposed. Kinohita Sayai grumbled. Astria, are you sure the self-healing system won't malfunction as well? Shokuho Misaki turned to Astria and asked. Astria shook her head without hesitation and shook off the girl's hands. The self-healing system isn't under Ikaro-senpai's control. If something happens to Ikaro-senpai's body, it will activate on its own. There's no way it will malfunction unless it's intentionally sabotaged. Is that so? Shokuho Misaki muttered under her breath. Her starry eyes stared at Ikaros for a while before she said helplessly. If that's the case, let's observe for a while before we decide what to do. The girls looked at each other. After a long while, they all nodded their heads. Chapter 574. While Chuju, Mikoto, and the others are worrying about Ikaros, in another tent, Wu Yan, who didn't know what happened, finally let out a sigh of relief. Glancing at his side, he saw a pair of broken crystal wings crossed in front of him. Little Flandrachan was sleeping soundly with her fingers sucked in her mouth, causing him to smile wryly. Today, the elite expedition team's fear of Flandrachan reminded her of her bad past. Even though Flandrachan's mood improved after being comforted by the girls, she didn't want to leave Wu Yan's side at night no matter what. She clung onto Wu Yan and didn't want to let go. Left with no choice, Wu Yan brought Flandrachan to his tent and comforted her for half a day. She's finally asleep. Kids sure are hard to please. Sighing, Wu Yan reached out and stroked Flandrachan's hair. Looking at her cute sleeping face, he couldn't help but smile. Good night, little one. Wu Yan kissed Flandrachan's cheek and covered her with a blanket. Then, he shook off Flandrachan's hand and got up to leave the tent. At this time, the sky was already completely dark. The elite exploration team started a few bonfires, causing the entire forest to be filled with a fiery red color. As for them, they began to divide into shifts and get busy for the night patrol mission. Of course, there were also some who were roasting some meat over the bonfire or picking fruits from the fruit trees, preparing for dinner. Standing in the center of the encirclement of tents, Wu Yan surveyed his surroundings. From here, he could clearly see that not far away from him, there is a wall of light that looks like glass that encircles this area. That was a defensive barrier set up by the mages. It was meant to block the magical beasts when they appeared and allow them to react. In addition, it also had the function of soundproofing, concealing, and so on. It would not attract unnecessary trouble due to the bright bonfire and the sound of everyone's conversation. All in all, the elite expedition team did a pretty good job in this aspect. Their methods are professional and they're well prepared. If it wasn't for the fact that this trip to the giant beast forest was beyond their capabilities, they would have played an important role. They wouldn't be like right now where they can only fight small monsters, help patrol, cook, and so on. They're still elites after all. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the night sky. His wine-red eyes shone with a strange light. His black robe fluttered in the wind, his short hair fluttered in the wind. His entire body blended in with the night sky. If anyone were to see this scene, they'd be shocked. Because at this moment, Wu Yan gives off the feeling that he's the king of the night. He's born to live in the night. His entire body is filled with a strange charm that makes people intoxicated. The night sky in the behemoth forest is especially bright. Specks of starlight adorn the dark sky. Between the twinkling and blinking, it moves the hearts of those who watch. Unfortunately, it's unknown if it's because of the surrounding trees, this beautiful night sky is missing an intoxicating bright moon. In Wu Yan's eyes, the stars in the sky form 4 patterns. They're like constellations, interconnected and particularly enchanting. Those 4 patterns are 4 exquisite and beautiful faces. Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, Yoshino, looking at those 4 beautiful faces, the longing in his heart seemed to have a reaction. It moved along with the stars in the sky, constantly tugging at Wu Yan's heart. When he woke up, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh mockingly. He's really a fickle person. In the date battle world, he missed Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. Now that he's back in the Spalier world, he's starting to miss other girls. It's not until now that he realized how many ties he has tied himself down. Speaking of which, he would always have this kind of discovery every time he wakes up in the dead of night. Is this what they call loneliness and emptiness? Thinking of this, Wu Yan immediately shook his head. He cursed in his heart. Lonely and emptiness? I have so many beautiful and cute wives around me, what's there to be lonely and empty about? Or is this the so-called eating from the bowl and looking at the pot? No. Impossible. I'm so devoted, how can I eat from the bowl and look at the pot? That's what he's thinking, but Wu Yan's expression is getting more and more guilty. His shameful self-consolation is mercilessly broken. He sighed and looked up at the night sky. No matter what, it's a fact that he misses Kotori and the others. As the longing in his heart burst forth, Wu Yan's eyes started to flicker with hesitation. He has an urge to summon Kotori and the others. But when Wu Yan really wants to summon them, he's troubled. His summoning points aren't enough to summon Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino. If he really wants to summon them, who should he summon first? For a while, Wu Yan was stuck in a dilemma about who to summon. He didn't even notice that there were a few more people behind him. Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki looked at each other. They saw Wu Yan's troubled expression, he didn't notice them at all. They couldn't help but feel curious. He didn't even notice that there were people approaching him. This Tier 8 sure is incompetent. What's troubling him to this extent? After watching quietly for a while, Mikoto was the first to get impatient. What are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed in your thoughts? Wu Yan jumped out of his stupor when he saw Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki. His face turned red when he noticed that Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki were also startled by him. What are you guys doing? It's fun to scare people. She rolled her eyes in annoyance. In the end, the thick-skinned person began to accuse her in advance. Ha! Mikoto raised an eyebrow and poked Wu Yan with her finger. You're the one who's scaring yourself. We've been standing here for a long time and you didn't even notice us. How dare you accuse us of scaring you? We've been standing here for a long time? Wu Yan scratched his head. Have you been standing here for a long time? I really didn't notice. So, what are you thinking about? Why are you so engrossed? Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yan suspiciously. This made Wu Yan recall the reason why he was in such a dilemma. His expression turned unnatural. I wasn't thinking about anything. I was just casually thinking about it. His eyes drifted and shifted away. This made him look even more suspicious. I was just casually thinking about it. Hinajuku and Mikoto narrowed their eyes as they stared at Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan smiled sheepishly with an embarrassed expression. Shokuho Misaki, who has been observing Wu Yan's expression, suddenly realized something and spoke. Don't tell me you're thinking about the girls you messed around with in the dungeon world? Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki heard a loud thud coming from Wu Yan's chest. The three of them understood what was going on. Shokuho Misaki's lips curled up. Little Yen, you were so engrossed in your thoughts just now. If I'm not wrong, you were probably thinking about whether or not to summon those girls, right? Thud, thump 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 sounds kept coming out from his chest. In the silence of the night, the sound was very clear. Hearing this sound, Hinajuku and Mikoto came to a realization. Their gazes pierced Wu Yan like needles, turning the thump 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 sounds into thump 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 thump. He couldn't help but take a step back. Looking at the three girls who could turn into goddesses at any moment, Wu Yan's heart throbbed with pain. This doesn't make sense. Mind reading? Chapter 575. Hinajuku and Mikoto instantly turned black when they saw Wu Yan's expression that was basically admitting to it. It seems like you have a good relationship with them. Chuju closed her eyes and said expressionlessly. Actually, it's not that good. Wu Yan forced a smile and raised his hand weakly. It's best to avoid Kaishu-sama's sharp edge for now. You missed them so much that you didn't even notice us approaching you. How can you say you don't have a good relationship? Mikoto chuckled coldly. Tell me, what do those girls look like that you're so engrossed in your thoughts? They must be prettier than us. Actually, they're not that pretty. Wu Yan wanted to wipe his forehead to see how much sweat he's sweating. He's sure that his back is completely soaked. They're not pretty. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yan with a smile that doesn't look like a smile. Tell me, which of the girls you've taken a fancy to are slightly ugly? Actually, they're not just slightly ugly. What did you say? Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki were furious. They yelled at Wu Yan to wake him up from his stupor. Wu Yan is sure that his face is completely soaked in sweat. Wu Yan backed away with cold sweat on his forehead. He's crying on the inside. All he did was think about the girls and he ended up in such a state. If he really did summon them, wouldn't his backyard be on fire? Calm down, calm down. Wu Yan pushed his hands forward. He forced a smile on his face, but his heart was bleeding. Every inch of his backyard is an inch of blood. This is the first time he's experiencing this feeling. Wu Yan pursed his lips and looked at Shokuho Misaki with hatred. It's all because of this damned Queen Sama. It seems like she didn't learn enough from last night's lesson. Shokuho Misaki felt her head go numb. She instantly remembered how the man in front of her played with her last night. Like a bucket of cold water, she poured it all over Shokuho Misaki's body. The anger in her heart was extinguished, and all that was left was fear and trepidation. He won't come looking for her again tonight, will he? Shokuho Misaki's heart started pounding when she thought of this. Last night, Wu Yan put her in all sorts of positions and taught her a lesson. She can still remember that scene. If she were to go through it again, Shokuho Misaki shuddered. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that it's possible. Shokuho Misaki rolled her eyes and pretended to be cold. She snorted and said in a mysterious tone. Forget it. Since it's already happened, there's no point in talking about it. Think about how you're going to deal with this. Hinajuku and Mikoto looked at Shokuhu Misaki strangely. Since when did this woman become so kind and easy to talk to? But after thinking about it, the two girls felt that Shokuhu Misaki's words made sense. Since it's already happened, there's no point in talking about it. The most important thing right now is to see how Wu Yan will react. But why do I feel like something's not right? Plus, I don't want to give up. Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They felt that something was off, but they still looked at Wu Yan like Shokuhu Misaki did. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at the three girls who suddenly compromised, he couldn't help but get excited. So, you're not against me summoning them? Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki felt sour when they saw how excited Wu Yan was. They snorted and turned their heads away. Out of sight, out of mind. Shokuhu Misaki sighed. Whether we agree or not is secondary. The problem is that you have to promise us that we'll get along well. You don't want us to fight, right? No, no, no. Absolutely not. Wu Yan shook his head like a drum. They're all nice girls and their personalities are similar to yours. I'm sure you'll get along well. Are you sure? Mikoto said with a hint of annoyance. What will you do if there's a conflict between us? Will you side with us or with them? Chuju didn't mince her words. They're still uncomfortable with the idea of someone joining their big family. They're more or less going to want to compete with them. Let me put it this way. Wu Yan lowered his head and thought for a bit before he continued. One of them is called Kodori, she has a dual personality. One of them is a cheerful girl, she's as obedient as the girl next door. The other one is a bit nasty, but overall, she's just a tsundere. The last one is called Kurumi, her personality is that of a noble lady. She had some issues with her in the past, but they're mostly resolved now. As for the remaining two, one is a little girl around 11 or 12 years old and the other, you can treat her as the second Astrea. Do you understand now? Tsundere. Tsundere. Lowly. Foodie. Mikoto chuckled coldly. You're such a philanthropist, Wu Yan dryly laughed before continuing. Mikoto, these words coming out of your mouth don't just sound out of place. Chuju frowned, but she nodded reluctantly. If it's as you say, then she's not that hard to get along with, isn't that right? Isn't that right? Wu Yan said with a smile. He didn't even try to hide the fact that he's about to howl at the sky. Things seem to be going well for him. Noble lady? Shokuhu Misaki diverted her attention to something else. She had an amused smile on her face. She is the only one who is 100% well-mannered among the girls. She seems to be very interested in this noble lady that Wu Yan referred to as a noble lady. Kurumi? Well, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it too. Chuju and Mikoto said at the same time as they clenched their fists. We have to let them know who's the real boss here. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as he listened to the three women's words. His mouth twitched as his mind flipped 1,000 times. I told you to get along with each other, not to kill each other. Wake up. Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki were stunned for a moment before they chuckled awkwardly. Following the resolution of this life event, the scene instantly fell into silence. The four of them looked at each other, their big eyes staring at each other, causing the atmosphere to become rather strange. I said. Mikoto's mouth twitched. Hurry up. Faster. Wu Yan flinched and looked at Mikoto in a daze. Hurry up what? Hurry up. Did you bring your head or not? Mikoto screamed. Didn't we decide to get along with each other? Why don't you summon them? Wu Yan was relieved to hear Mikoto's words, but he quickly smiled bitterly. Well, I have a problem that is neither too big nor too small. you still have a problem at this point? Hinajaku wanted nothing more than to bite this bastard to death. Are you going to tell me that there's more than 4 of them? No, no. Wu Yan quickly shook his head and explained. I don't have enough summoning points to summon all 4 of them. I was troubled by this problem and didn't know who to summon first. Ha! Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki were speechless. You've been troubled by this for so long? Wu Yan nodded without hesitation. The moment he nodded, the 3 of them looked at him like he was an idiot. Wu Yan laughed dryly. Chapter 576. At this moment, an icy blue figure came out from a nearby tent. Just like when Wu Yan first came out, she looked around before looking up at the starry sky. Her robes fluttered in the wind and her icy blue hair fluttered in the wind. Unfortunately, she didn't receive any attention from the passers-by. She quietly enjoyed the tranquil atmosphere for a while. Not long after, a clamor was transmitted into her ears, causing her pretty eyebrows to knit together a little. Clearly, she was extremely unhappy that she had been disturbed. However, when she turned her head and saw the owner of the voice, the dissatisfaction on her brows immediately froze. Then, it disappeared and was replaced by a somewhat strange expression. There was curiosity, doubt, and hesitation. She stared at the person in front of her for a long time before the hesitation in her eyes dissipated. She raised her feet and walked forward. Do you have to be so conflicted over something like this? Aya, you guys don't understand. No matter who is chosen, no one is good. Who knows if the others who weren't chosen will be in a bad mood because of this, huh? I say, aren't you thinking too much? How could anyone care about such a small matter? Are you sure? What if it was you? Would you be upset if I didn't pick you? Yes. I. Of course not. Can you please look into my eyes when you speak? Thank you. Why do you have so much to say? Why are you hesitating? Are you still a man? Hey! I can't pretend that I didn't hear what you said. Do I need to prove whether I'm a man or not? Haven't you experienced it yourself? Shut up. You shut up, X3. The person stopped for a moment, her icy blue eyes showed signs of hesitation. However, she wasn't hesitating about whether she should come over, she was hesitating about whether she should run away. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki, who were in the middle of their conversation, noticed someone approaching them. They turned around and they froze when they saw who it was. Sylph. Mikoto was surprised to see Sylph standing not too far away. She rubbed her eyes and after confirming the identity of the visitor, she couldn't help but make a fuss. But when she thought about it, it's not that strange. The number of times this ice princess has taken the initiative to interact with others is probably less than the number of fingers she has on her fingers. It's really you. Even Hinajaku and Shokuhu Misaki were shocked. They haven't known Sylph for a long time, but Sylph's cold personality is as well known as her reputation. Good evening. Wu Yan held it in for a long time before he finally managed to squeeze out this sentence. Hinajaku and the other girls looked at him with disdain. Sylph maintained her cold expression. She nodded in response to Wu Yan's greeting. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki looked at each other. Shokuhu Misaki took the initiative to speak. Sylph, are you here to look for us? Sylph nodded, but she quickly shook her head. Wu Yan and the other girls were speechless. Is she here to look for us? Sylph noticed Wu Yan and the others' confusion. She paused for a moment before speaking. Her words caused an uproar. I'm here to look for you. Sylph looked into Wu Yan's eyes and she said something shocking. I want to talk to you in private. Alone. Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki's jaws dropped. Talk to you. Wu Yan's jaw dropped. Wu Yan and the others were shocked when they saw Sylph acting as if she was asking them if they had dinner yet. Is this the same Princess Sylph who doesn't like to interact with people? Could it be an imposter? The four of them had the same thought at the same time. Of course, this thought only lasted for a moment before it was tossed aside by the four of them. They turned their attention to the main point. Talk to him. Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki looked at Wu Yen with murderous intent. Talk to him alone. The murderous intent enveloped Wu Yen. Wu Yen shuddered. Wu Yen instinctively took a few meters away from Sylph and shook his head at Chuju and the others to express his innocence. The three harem masters have just acknowledged the existence of Kotori and the other girls. If he were to get entangled with Sylph now, he would definitely die a miserable death. After all, the three girls would definitely be a little unhappy about it. A wise man submits to circumstances and cleans up his ties with them. Plus, there was nothing between them to begin with. Sylph stood there without saying a word. She seemed to be waiting for Hinajuku and the others to leave. Wu Yen almost fell to the ground when he saw how calm and confident she is. I say, why don't you give me an explanation? Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki looked back and forth between Wu Yen and Sylph. For some reason, the murderous intent in their eyes disappeared. There's a 99% chance that the two of them have nothing to do with each other. That's what Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki thought when they saw Sylph's cold expression. They would rather die than believe that Sylph would be interested in Wu Yen. All right. Shokuhu Misaki pursed her lips. Then the three of you can talk to each other in private. Shokuhu Misaki narrowed her eyes and glared at Wu Yen. As for the lost girls you abducted, it's not a good time for them to appear here. Let's talk about them after we leave the behemoth forest. Wu Yen nodded his head. As long as they don't object to his summoning or reject Kotori and the others, he will do whatever they want. Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't want to leave, but since Shokuhu Misaki said so, they didn't want to stay any longer. They glared at Wu Yen before leaving with Shokuhu Misaki. They returned to their own tents, leaving Wu Yen and Sylph alone. After the three women left, Wu Yen didn't know what to do. He smiled at Sylph and waited for her to speak. Sylph, on the other hand, was staring at the white ring on Wu Yen's finger. Just as Wu Yen couldn't take it anymore, Sylph finally spoke. Your ring. Sylph looked at Wu Yen and spoke in a serious tone. Where did you get it from? Huh? Ring? Wu Yen flinched and he saw Sylph looking at his hand. He followed her gaze down to his hand. You're saying? Wu Yen frowned as he raised the pure white ring on his finger. This ring? Sylph nodded. Wu Yan's expression turned serious. He looked straight into Sylph's eyes. Do you recognize this ring? Sylph paused, her eyes flickered for a moment before she nodded and shook her head. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Do you recognize it or not? Sylph shook her head. Now is not the time to tell you. Huh? Wu Yen was stunned. What kind of answer is that? Where did you get this ring from? Sylph quietly shifted the topic back to her previous question. Wu Yen sighed. I got this ring from a treasure trove. A treasure trove. Sylph was silent for a moment before she nodded. I understand. Thank you. Wu Yen stared at Sylph with a dumbfounded expression as she walked away without looking back. Wu Yen took a few deep breaths as he looked at Sylph's back. I won't stoop to your level. Chapter 577. Morning, deep in the behemoth forest. Wisps of refreshing air spread through the encirclement of tents. The cold temperature made the people who came out of the tents involuntarily tighten their clothes. Sunlight shone down from the sky above the forest, passing through the layers of green trees and finally converging on the ground, reflecting mottled light spots. Inside the bonfire, the crackling sound of the burning branches continued. However, because of the cold morning, even if one stood beside the bonfire, they could not feel any warmth. Fortunately, the bright and beautiful sunlight still gave the people who had rested in the forest for a night or patrolled for half the night a sense of warmth, so they did not feel so lazy. Of course, that's the feeling of a normal person. For those who are born abnormal, no matter how good the weather is in the morning, they'll always feel like they can't get enough sleep. After a while, Wu Yan finally got up from his bed with Flandrachan's help. He yawned as he carried Flandrachan out of his tent. That lazy look on his face would have infected anyone who saw it. "I say, can't you be a little more energetic in the morning?" Mikoto put her hands on her hips, her smooth thighs swayed back and forth a few times, sparkling under the sunlight. Seeing this, Wu Yan perked up a bit, his eyelids couldn't help but stare at those thighs for a bit before retracting them. "You guys don't understand. Sleeping in the morning is such a blissful thing. That's only possible when we're in a warm bed." Hinajaku pursed her lips in annoyance. "In the forest, in a tent, on a blanket, you can sleep so comfortably. Blissful isn't enough to describe it. You're just lazy." "No, you're wrong about me. No, you've been seen through by others for a long time. No one can blame you. Too bad I don't have a warm pillow by my side. If only I had a nice person to accompany me." "Don't change the topic. Also, didn't Flandrachan sleep with you the whole night?" "Ikaros, you'll have to sleep with me next time." "Yes, master, you're blushing, how cute. Don't go too far. Don't ignore me." While Wu Yan and the girls were chatting away, the others had already finished their preparations and were just waiting to depart. As for breakfast, Wu Yan had already finished his breakfast. Even the girls had already eaten, the only one who hasn't eaten yet is Wu Yan. "Yan, are you guys ready?" Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi walked up to Wu Yan's group. Fei Fei asked. If this was before, Fei Fei and the others would respect Wu Yan's opinion, but they wouldn't ask in front of their subordinates. After all, they are the leader and Wu Yan and the others are outsiders. Now, however, no one would ignore Wu Yan's opinion. Wu Yan also noticed this. He took a deep look at the expedition party behind Fei Fei and nodded. "Alright, let's go, okay." Fei Fei nodded. She exchanged glances with Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi before waving her hand. "Let's go." After Fei Fei and the others gave the order, the magicians quickly walked out of the group and removed the barrier that they had been working on for the entire night. The same forest once again appeared before everyone's eyes. The group of more than 100 people gathered together and carefully walked towards the center of the behemoth forest. After yesterday's lesson, everyone no longer dared to wander around the giant beast's forest brazenly. After walking a certain distance, Fei Fei and the other three would stop and study the surrounding terrain with their subordinates to see if they had accidentally entered the territory of a Class 9 magical beast. They didn't want to experience yesterday's frightening battle again. Actually, it was quite easy to identify if he had barged into the territory of a Class 9 magical beast. That was because in the territory of a Class 9 magical beast, it was very difficult for other types of magical beasts to appear except for some of the magical beast's offspring. After all, it was its territory. How could it allow other magical beasts to enter? Even if there are, it's usually just a few unimportant monsters, like peak Class 7 monsters or Class 8 monsters. Therefore, as long as the appearance of magical beasts in a place became sparse, and the level of the magical beasts was not very high, and the same type of magical beast appeared frequently, then this place would most likely be the territory of a 9th-grade magical beast. However, there are also cases like yesterday where the entire tribe gathered together because they found a good place to live. Yesterday, the reason why they didn't discover that it was the territory of the Ape King was because the Ape Kings were all living together, causing the species of magical beasts they encountered along the way to be very irregular. Although the level of the magical beasts was a bit low, the group didn't have much suspicion. In the end, tragedy, fortunately, Wu Yan's group came with them this time. Otherwise, aside from Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi who have some trump cards to protect themselves, no one else would have survived. They walked with extreme caution and got closer to the center of the behemoth forest. Strangely enough, they haven't encountered a single monster since morning. This situation is a little strange. Wu Yan even saw a Tier 8 demonic beast appear in their line of sight for less than a second before it ran away with its tail tucked between its legs, causing many people to stare at it so hard that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi didn't react to it at all. It's as if it's only natural. Wu Yan knew that the problem lies with them. After handing Flandrachan to Chuju, Wu Yan walked up to Fei Fei and asked, "How did you do it?" Fei Fei smiled faintly. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. Everyone else would be shocked to see this, but the four of them were the only ones who remained calm. Even a ghost would know that they were the ones behind this. Fei Fei took out a small pouch and waved it in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan frowned and asked in surprise, "The problem lies with this?" "Yes." Fei Fei nodded and straightened her back. "This pouch contains the blood of the long-armed ape king from yesterday." "The blood of the long-armed ape king?" Fei Fei grinned. "You still don't understand? For normal magical beasts, a 9th rank magical beast is their natural enemy." Wu Yan blinked when he heard Fei Fei's words. He looked at the pouch and had an idea. Could it be that those magical beasts can sense the presence inside? That's right. Fei Fei mischievously weighed the small bag in her hand and smiled. "We put the blood of the long-handed ape king inside the bag and carried it with us. Naturally, some of the long-handed ape king's aura will appear on our bodies. Ordinary people won't be able to feel this aura, but magic beasts that have lived in the giant beasts forest for a long time will certainly be able to sense it. Those magical beasts didn't see the real person, but they sensed the presence. They will subconsciously think that a 9th rank magical beast is here, so they all ran away. We won't have as much trouble as before." "This." Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. "To think that you can think of such a method. Aren't you afraid of provoking trouble? If a Class 9 magical beast appeared nearby and sensed the aura of the long-handed ape king, it wouldn't take the initiative to avoid it. Instead, it would directly come to its door. You don't have to worry about that," Fei Fei said. "Normally, 9th rank magical beasts won't leave their territory. Besides, don't we have you guys?" Wu Yan was speechless. Chapter 578. As it turns out, Fei Fei and the other three's idea was pretty good. They didn't encounter any demonic beasts that tried to stop them. Even if they did, they would just peek their heads out and run away before they could even see who it was. Today was the smoothest and most peaceful day they've had since they entered the behemoth forest. The expedition party was overjoyed by the smoothness of their journey. Everyone felt more relaxed than ever. After all, yesterday's journey brought them to the brink of death a few times. They were worried about today's journey, worried that they might lose their lives. Who would have thought that today's journey would go so smoothly? Their mood changed from being on edge to being relaxed. The sudden change in mood made the expedition party feel a little tired. However, this didn't stop them from being in high spirits. Instead, they quickened their pace, trying to reach the center of the behemoth forest as soon as possible to complete their mission. To be honest, other than Fei Fei and Sylph, the rest of the expedition party didn't want to stay in the behemoth forest any longer. They were filled with ambition and determination to complete their mission. But in the past few days, their ambitions were shattered one by one. Only they themselves know how bitter the journey was. However, the hundreds of Tier 7 elites in the expedition party are destined to have a hard time on this journey. As the afternoon approached, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi, who were leading the way, suddenly stopped and turned around with a solemn expression. Everyone, set up camp. The expedition party was stunned. They looked at the four leaders in front of them and then looked up at the sky. They couldn't help but feel puzzled. It's still early, logically speaking, they should have been able to continue their journey. Although their hearts were filled with doubts, the members of the elite exploration team immediately responded. They spread out and began to set up their camp. Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki walked to Wu Yan's side and looked at him. It's obvious that they were puzzled by Fei and the others' actions. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Fei and the others. He said to Chuju and the others, "Wait here for a while, I'll go ask them." The girls nodded. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki looked at each other and gave them a reassuring look. They then walked towards Fei and the others. "Why did you stop?" Wu Yan didn't beat around the bush when he arrived in front of Fei and the others. Fei looked at Sylph and the others before taking a step forward. "Even if you didn't come over to ask, we would have told you the reason later. After all, we can't do without your help." Fei lowered her head and paused for a moment. She turned around and whispered into Wu Yan's ears. However, the content of her words made Wu Yan perk up. His doubts were instantly dispelled. "According to the map, we should be at the center of the behemoth forest. So, it's right in front." Wu Yan followed Fei's gaze and looked ahead. If Lei Wang and the other Tier 9 powerhouses are right and a demigod beast king is about to be born, they will have to face it soon. It has been almost a year since he came to the Spalier world, including the time he spent in the instance dungeons. In this 1 year, he went from a useless otaku to a powerhouse. He might not be at the peak, but he is more than capable of standing out in the Spalier world. However, this is his first time facing a demigod beast. He hasn't even reached Tier 9 yet and he's about to face a demigod, the strongest existence in the Spalier world. His feelings are indescribably complicated. What do you all plan to do next? Wu Yan calmed himself down and looked at Fei and the others. They are the ones in charge of this mission, not him. He's only here as a bodyguard. It's up to Fei to decide what to do next. Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi lowered their heads and muttered to themselves. Fei took the lead and told Wu Yan her plan. "Yan, as you know, our mission this time is to go to the center of the behemoth forest. We're going to investigate if the abnormal behavior of the demonic beasts is due to the birth of the Beast King. Now that the center of the behemoth forest is right in front of us, it's no longer suitable for our subordinates to follow us." Wu Yan nodded in understanding. Indeed, the demonic beasts that live in the center of the behemoth forest are the strongest in the entire behemoth forest. They are at least Tier 9 existences. At this point, the use of the elite exploration team was almost non-existent. They couldn't help in the battle and might even expose their whereabouts due to the large number of people. Therefore, the use of the elite exploration team had more or less come to an end here. Speaking of which, the elite expedition team is quite pitiful. Originally, they were there to help Fei, Sylph, and the others deal with low-tier demonic beasts. When they encounter high-tier demonic beasts, they can use their numbers to stall for time. In the end, because of Wu Yan's group, the elite expedition team has been reduced to mere bystanders. Other than helping Wu Yan, Fei, and the others with odd jobs and cooking, they only played a small role in dealing with the long-arm apes. It's quite pitiful. But because of this, other than a few deaths due to carelessness in the beginning, the rest of the elite expedition team has been living in fear for their lives. If it wasn't for Wu Yan's group, they don't even know if 10 of them would be able to survive. Compared to their own lives, even if they knew about it, they would rather be a bystander and would not have much complaints, this time. Fei looked around and said, "The few of us will follow you into the heart of the behemoth forest to scout out the situation." 14 people? Wu Yan smiled bitterly. "That's not a small number, what's wrong?" Fei frowned as she looked at Wu Yan's face. "Do you have other ideas?" No. Let's do it this way." Wu Yan smiled, but he sighed in his heart. If possible, Wu Yan doesn't want Fei, Bingling, and Bishi to follow them into the heart of the forest. Their strength isn't good enough for them to continue moving forward. Wu Yan knew that if he said it out loud, not only would he make them unhappy, it would also have the opposite effect. As the leaders of this operation, even if they know the dangers ahead, Fei Fei and the other two wouldn't just let him wait here and do nothing. They are the leaders after all. Wu Yan turned around to look at Sylph. Sylph shook her head when she saw Wu Yan looking at her. It seems like she didn't approve of Fei Fei and the others going with them. However, she knew that persuading Fei Fei and the others wouldn't work. She's probably feeling helpless about this as well. After leaving Fei Fei and the others, Wu Yan returned to the women and explained everything to them. We're finally here. The women's expressions turned serious. Just like Wu Yan, they looked at the heart of the behemoth forest. No one knows what they're thinking. No matter what, it's best if we can complete Grandpa Lei Wang's request. If we can't. Wu Yan looked at the women and said seriously, remember, the most important thing is to ensure your own safety, understood? The women looked at each other and nodded. Chapter 579. The expedition party has been kept in the dark about their trip to the behemoth forest. All they know is that they are here to investigate a very important matter. However, they don't know what it is. Lei Wang only told them that this is a secret mission. That's why when Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi told them that their mission is to stay here and wait for them to return, the expedition party knew that the real mission is about to begin. Fei Fei and the others are going to carry it out. Of course, they wouldn't have any complaints. As part of a large family, they understood the basic principles. When it came to truly confidential matters, they had to do more, ask less, and even watch less. They already had this kind of awareness a long time ago. Therefore, the members of the elite exploration team only nodded and didn't say anything. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi gathered together with Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku. I believe there's no need for me to explain just how dangerous it will be later. Fei Fei took a deep breath and looked around at everyone. Everyone, let's hope that we can complete this mission successfully. Everyone smiled at each other and nodded at Fei Fei. They looked at the camp behind them and walked into the heart of the behemoth forest. At this point, the bag containing the long-arm ape king's blood had already been taken by Fei Fei and the others. It was thrown into the camp for the elite exploration team to use. Basically, no one would enter the heart of the giant beast's forest. This was because the magic beasts here stood at the peak of the giant beast's forest. The center of the giant beast's forest wasn't that big. It was the smallest area in the entire giant beast's forest. It was much smaller than the inner regions. There weren't many magic beasts living here, but this small number of magic beasts was enough to make the center of the giant beast's forest a forbidden area. Even a rank 9 powerhouse would turn pale at the mention of this place. The demonic beasts living here are all Tier 9 demonic beasts. They are at the forefront of Tier 9 demonic beasts. Rank 9 magical beasts were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. However, in this place, they at least had the strength to suppress the rank 9 magical beasts in the inner regions. From this, one could imagine just how frightening the magical beasts here were. If they bring along the pouch containing the ape king's blood, then the group of 14 will instantly become a hot commodity and attract all sorts of Tier 9 demonic beasts. Because the deeper you go into the behemoth forest, the higher the tier of demonic beasts, no one is willing to go into the heart of the forest. Therefore, after countless years of development, the number of Tier 9 demonic beasts here is definitely more than the number of Tier 9 demonic beasts. The lifespan of demonic beasts is much longer than that of humans. Even so, their chances of advancing to the next tier are much smaller. But once they reach the 9th tier, humans no longer dare to provoke them. After a long period of development, no matter how low the chances of advancing to the next tier is, there will inevitably be some accumulation. It's not surprising that there are more Tier 9 demonic beasts than Tier 9 humans. Maybe because of this, after a long period of accumulation, there was finally a peak Tier 9 demonic beast that successfully advanced to the next tier and became a demigod beast king. The central area isn't that big, but the number of demonic beasts is very low. Wu Yan's group of 14 carefully trekked forward for quite some time. They are surrounded by the same forest, but no one thought that this place is the same as the forest they went through before. At the very least, everyone here can feel the heavy and dangerous atmosphere that permeates the air. In order to avoid encountering any Class 9 demonic beasts, this time, not only were Fei Fei and the rest on high alert, even Shokuhu Misaki and Ikaros were doing their best to sense their surroundings. The moment they sensed a Class 9 demonic beast approaching, they would retreat as fast as they could. It's not that they are timid, it's just that their mission is to scout. In a situation where there is no way out, they can't engage in unnecessary battles. It's not clear if they are lucky or not, but the group of 14 ran into Tier 9 demonic beasts 3 or 4 times. Moreover, every single one of them was at least level 85. At the 9th tier, even the difference of 1 tier is huge. A level 85 demonic beast is much stronger than a long-handed ape king, let alone a level 85 demonic beast. Fortunately, Shokuhu Misaki and Ikaros were able to detect the beasts before they got close to them. They immediately notified everyone and retreated in a different direction. After a few times, they were able to get through this place safely. At this time, Fei Fei is holding a map of the behemoth forest. She, Bingling, and Bishi are pointing at the map. Once they have confirmed the direction, they will lead the group. From time to time, they will be frowning. It looks like they are having a headache. The deeper they go into the behemoth forest, the more they don't dare to enter. This caused the map to leak out. The outer regions of the behemoth forest are the most detailed, while the inner regions are a little rough. As for the center region, there is nothing at all. The map in Fei Fei's hand was taken by Lei Wang from the elders of the Board of Governors. It is said that the map was left behind by their ancestors. Similarly, even though they have the map, it's not detailed enough. That's why Fei Fei needs to discuss with Bingling and Bishi. It can be said that the group spent most of their time in the center region of the behemoth forest trying to figure out the way. As Fei Fei and the rest led the way, Fei Fei finally let out a sigh of relief and smiled. All right. The center region of the behemoth forest is right in front of us. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They are now at the center region of the behemoth forest. That means the Beast King is there as well. Wu Yan and the rest walked towards Fei Fei. They looked at the map and confirmed that the center region of the behemoth forest is right in front of them. They looked at each other and took a few steps forward. Everyone was shocked when they saw what they saw. This. Bingling took a step back and said with a face full of shock. How is this possible? No way. Bishi's breathing quickened as he lowered his head in despair. How are we supposed to carry out the mission like this? It's impossible. Fei Fei and Sylph looked at each other. They suppressed the trembling in their hearts and kept quiet. Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki and the rest looked at Wu Yan. They asked hesitantly. What should we do? What should we do? Wu Yan bitterly laughed, he stared straight ahead with his wine-red eyes. There's an open space in front of them. It's about 500 meters in radius. It's wide and spacious. The surrounding trees form a circle around the open space like stars surrounding the moon. At the center of the open space is a fortress made of bones. The entire skeletal fortress was about 100 meters tall, occupying almost half of the open space. There was a suffocating feeling coming from it, as if it was a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for its prey to enter. Everyone who saw it couldn't help but feel shocked. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is the dozen or so demonic beasts at the entrance of the fortress. A dozen or so rank 9 demonic beasts. It's these dozen or so demonic beasts that caused everyone's expression to change to such an extent. Under everyone's attentive gazes, those magical beasts of the 9th rank walked back and forth in front of the skeletal fort's entrance. They were like patrolling guards, doing their best to protect the fort's safety. The aura emitted from these magical beasts was much stronger than the long-handed ape king, and even the magical beasts of the 9th rank that the group of people had almost encountered before. Looking at this unimaginable scene, the group of people looked at each other and lowered their heads at the same time. Chapter 580. The skeletal fortress was shaped like a cave. It was circular in shape. From top to bottom, from back to front, the size of the fortress gradually decreased. At the bottom of the fortress, there was only a 5-meter-tall entrance. Looking in from the outside, one could vaguely see a little shadow moving in the dark interior. In front of the skeletal fortress, there were 13 different types of magical beasts. Among them, 5 of them were constantly walking around, their heads swaying left and right. It could be seen that they were constantly paying attention to their surroundings. On the left and right sides, there were also 3 magical beasts guarding their own territory. From time to time, they would walk around a few times. The remaining 2 were directly lying down at the entrance of the skeletal fortress. Their eyes were half closed, and they were lazily staying there. Fei and the rest might not be able to see the mysteries behind this formation, but Wu Yan's group with the system's perception can clearly see that the demonic beasts are divided according to their strength. The 5 patrolling demonic beasts are between level 86 and level 86. On the left and right sides, there's a total of 6 demonic beasts guarding the fortress. 3 of them are level 87 and 3 of them are level 88. As for the 2 demonic beasts lying down at the entrance, they're level 89, the closest to demigod rank. With such a formation, even Lei Wang wouldn't dare to act rashly if he personally brought all the members of the council here, let alone Wu Yan's group of 14. One side has 14 demonic beasts while the other side has 13. But in terms of strength, the difference is like heaven and earth. 3 peak rank 7, 9 rank 8, and 2 rank 9. Against 14 rank 9 demonic beasts, there's no need to say who's going to win and who's going to lose. What's more, the other side is at the peak of rank 9. On the other hand, even if Flandrichan's strength can't be measured by normal standards, there's no way she can fight against so many rank 9 demonic beasts. Plus, Ikaros just recently entered rank 9. Along the way, at the final juncture, Wu Yan's group finally encountered a situation that's giving them a headache. Yan, what do you think we should do? Even the usually smart Shokuhu Misaki doesn't know what to do at this moment. She could only look at Wu Yan. Everyone else also looked at Wu Yan. After carefully examining the skeletal fortress and the demonic beasts, Wu Yan frowned. Those demonic beasts, why are they gathering there? It was as if his words had woken everyone up from a dream. His words caused everyone to subconsciously want to deal with those magical beasts to freeze, and they changed the topic to the real crux of the matter. That's right. Mikoto was hiding behind a tree, her head was furiously scratching the ground. A bunch of rank 9 demonic beasts gathering in one place, and they look like they're guarding something. You mean? Chuju looked at Mikoto, then at Wu Yan. Those demonic beasts, they're protecting the Beast King? That should be it. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes lit up. Lei Wang once said that the demonic beasts in the Behemoth Forest are united against outsiders because they want to protect the Beast King that's in its weakened state. Now, all of these demonic beasts are gathered together and they look like they're guarding something. The only thing that could make them do this is the Beast King. In other words, Fei gritted her teeth. There really is a new Beast King in the Behemoth Forest. Based on what we've observed so far. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at everyone. There's a very high possibility. Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi's expressions darkened when they heard Wu Yan's words. Lei Wang once said that the Beast King has the ability to command all demonic beasts. It also has the intelligence of a human. Once a new beast king is born, the people of the Spalier world will no longer be able to obtain resources from the behemoth forest. The giant beast's forest is of utmost importance to the people of Silveria. Without this precious land where resources can be harvested freely, the impact would be huge enough to spread across the entire world. That's why the Board of Governors placed so much importance on this demonic beast anomaly and sent them here to investigate. Now, there's a high possibility that the birth of a new beast king is real. This is something Fei and the others don't want to hear. Unlike Wu Yan and the others who lived in the Spalier world for less than half a year, Fei and the others don't want to see the birth of a new beast king. It's no different from a disaster. No. Fei raised her head. If I don't see the beast king with my own eyes, I won't be so sure. What? Wu Yan, Chuju, and the others were shocked. Wu Yan walked up to Fei. Fei, do you want to enter the skeletal fortress? That's right. Fei ignored Wu Yan and the others and said firmly. Our mission this time is to investigate. If we don't see the beast king with our own eyes, we'll only draw unnecessary consequences. Do you know what you're talking about? Chuju grabbed Fei's hand. Did you see what's inside? There are 13 top-tier Tier 9 demonic beasts. You're only a peak Tier 7, do you think you can enter? No matter what, I have to try. Fei shook her head with a bitter smile. She knows Chuju and the others are trying to persuade her out of concern. However, Chuju and the others don't understand how important this is to her. Fei. Mikoto clenched her fist. She turned to Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. You guys should persuade her. No. Sylph shook her head. I agree with her, you. Mikoto pointed at Sylph in disbelief. Are you crazy? Bingling and Bishi stepped forward and said in unison. We agree as well. You. Mikoto was on the verge of losing her mind when she saw how determined Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi were. She thought she was crazy enough, but she didn't expect there to be people crazier than her in this world. Wu Yan frowned and sighed. He's not a Spalier world resident, so he couldn't understand why Fei and the others were so stubborn. However, if he put himself in their shoes, Wu Yan could understand why they were so stubborn. Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were the same as Wu Yan. That's why they didn't say anything from the start. Are you sure about this? Wu Yan looked at the four of them and asked. Fei and the others nodded in unison. As Fei and the other three nodded their heads, the scene immediately fell into silence. A heavy atmosphere filled the air around everyone present. Those who were in the middle of it could feel the inner thoughts of each other. After a while, Wu Yan broke the silence and sighed. I really don't know what to do with you guys. He looked at Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. The girls seemed to know what Wu Yan was thinking. They gave Wu Yan a look of support. Wu Yan smiled. It seems like I have no choice but to play along with you guys. It was the four girls' turn to be surprised. Fei quickly said. Yan, are you going to play along with us? Nonsense. Wu Yan glared at her. There's no way we can succeed with just the four of you. Fei and the others didn't get angry at being looked down upon. Instead, they smiled embarrassedly. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. He waved his hand and a black cloak appeared in his hand. I didn't think there would be a day where I could use you. Chapter 581. Everyone's expression changed when they saw the ordinary-looking cloak. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki were shocked. They seemed to recognize the cloak. The others were confused, except for Ikaros and Sylph who were expressionless. A cloak. Fei looked at the cloak in Wu Yan's hand curiously. She knew that if Wu Yan took out a cloak like this, it might be able to help them enter the skeletal fortress. But how was he going to do it? Little Yen, you want to. Shokuho Misaki rubbed her chin. She had a pretty good idea of what Wu Yen is planning to do. Anyone who knows what the cloak is capable of doing would be able to guess his intentions. That's right. This cloak is the cloak that hasn't appeared in public for a long time, the cloak that Wu Yen kept in his collection. Yen, you want to use this cloak to sneak in? Chuju looked at Wu Yen in surprise. She frowned. I don't think that'll work. Did you forget what happened when we used it in the treasure trove? Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, and Ikaros used the cloak to hide their tracks in the treasure trove. However, they were discovered by the Spider Queen in the end. If the Spider Queen didn't fall into the trap of the auction house, they would have been forced to use a return scroll to escape. They wouldn't have been able to obtain the 3 rings. The Spider Queen's level is around the level of a Tier 9 monster. It should have noticed Wu Yan's group using the cloak. Now, there are 13 demonic beasts in front of them. Each of them is much stronger than the Spider Queen. If the Spider Queen can detect them, there's no reason these stronger demonic beasts can't detect them. Wu Yan understood what Chuju meant. It's too risky to rely on the cloak alone. Wu Yan took out a dozen strange stones and showed them to the girls. I plan to use the cloak and these aura-concealing stones to hide from the demonic beast's senses. Aura-concealing stones? Everyone gathered around. Shokuho Misaki picked up one of the aura-concealing stones and examined it. What kind of stone is this? Simply put, it's a stone that lowers a person's sense of presence. Wu Yan took the aura-concealing stone and put it on himself. In an instant, Wu Yan's aura decreased exponentially until it became completely still. Fei Fei and the others were shocked. As powerful cultivators, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi's senses aren't weak. Generally speaking, as long as there isn't a huge gap in strength between them and the other party, they will be able to sense the presence of the other party within a certain distance. But now, Wu Yan was standing right in front of them, but they couldn't sense him at all. If they closed their eyes, they wouldn't even know that there was a living person standing right in front of them. Fei Fei and the others felt a chill run down their spines. If this is the effect of the aura-concealing stone, then it's truly terrifying. If this stone were to fall into the hands of an assassin, then it would be a godly item. Seeing the shocked expressions on the faces of Fei Fei and the others, Wu Yan smiled proudly and placed the aura-concealing stone and cloak of concealment in front of them. With these aura-concealing stone and cloak of concealment, it shouldn't be a problem for us to sneak into the skeletal fortress right under their noses. Concealment. Fei Fei and the others were shocked. You're saying that cloak of concealment can help us become invisible? Facing the four's reaction, Wu Yan's expression was casual as he nodded. Fei Fei and the others exchanged glances with each other. They stared at the cloak and aura-concealing stone. Their eyes flashed. It's hard to tell what they're thinking. Chuju and the others looked at the 2 items with great interest. They've seen the existence of magical items in the system and their Wu Yan summons. They won't lose their composure when they see these items. If that's the case, Shokuho Misaki pondered, there's really a chance of success. The numerous young ladies also pondered for a moment. They felt that there was indeed a chance, and all of them nodded in succession. Fei Fei and the other 3 also recovered from their shock. No matter how miraculous the effect was, it was still a good thing to be able to achieve their goal. The 14 of them each took out a aura-concealing stone and put it on. They lowered their presence and went into the cloak of concealment under Wu Yan's command. The cloak of concealment disappeared and the 14 of them disappeared into the void. Fei Fei and the others gasped in amazement. Wu Yan shook his head and sighed. Alright, don't make any noise. The cloak of concealment has a soundproofing effect, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Everyone nodded in unison. Flandrachan and Astria covered their mouths with their hands. They didn't want to make any noise. Inside the cloak, Wu Yan and Ko held onto the cloak and looked outside. Strangely, they can still feel the cloak in their hands, but inside the cloak, they can clearly see the scenery outside as if the cloak didn't exist at all. From this aspect, the system item does have a lot of miraculous uses. Listen up. Wu Yan lowered his voice. It's not hard to avoid the 5 patrolling demonic beasts, the hard part is the 2 peak tier 9 demonic beasts lying at the entrance. You guys better stick close to me, don't go in the wrong direction. Wu Yan didn't wait for a reply. He walked in front of the group and with his cloak on, he crossed the trees and entered the clearing. Glancing at the positions of the 13 demonic beasts, he glanced at the 5 demonic beasts that are pacing back and forth. Wu Yan walked towards a place with a smaller defensive perimeter. When 2 demonic beasts brushed past him, he slipped into the gap. Everyone held their breaths, suppressing their nervousness. They tiptoed and followed Wu Yan. After passing through the patrolling circle of the 5 Class 9 magical beasts, the group arrived at the left side. There, 3 Class 9 magical beasts were shaking their heads, their beast eyes staring at the area they were in charge of as they vigilantly observed. However, they were completely unaware that over a dozen little ants were openly standing in front of them. Every time the 3 Tier 9 demonic beasts glanced at Wu Yan's group, Wu Yan and the others who were hidden in the cloak of concealment felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help but close their eyes. The pressure they felt from their gazes was not small. Fortunately, even though the 3 Tier 9 demonic beasts were on high alert, they didn't discover any traces of Wu Yan's group. The 14 of them deliberately concealed their presence so that there wasn't even a single footprint on the ground. Under Wu Yan's lead, the group passed through the demonic beast's circle and arrived at the entrance of the skeletal fortress. At this point, the group finally felt how terrifying the 2 Tier 9 demonic beasts lying at the entrance were. The other party was merely lying there, but it gave everyone a kind of earth-shattering, fiendish feeling. The aura that filled the 2 of them was like a violent poison, causing the hearts of the group of people, who were observing from a close distance, to tighten. Some cold sweat dripped from their palms. Wu Yan exhaled and slowly led the group through the gap between the 2 Tier 9 demonic beasts. Almost as soon as Wu Yan's group stepped into the gap between the 2 Tier 9 demonic beasts, the 2 Tier 9 demonic beasts raised their huge heads. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they were rooted to the spot like statues. The 2 Tier 9 demonic beasts looked left and right. When they didn't find anything, they looked at each other and returned to their original positions. Wu Yan immediately stepped aside and passed through the gap between the 2 Tier 9 demonic beasts. He led the group into the skeletal fortress. Chapter 582. A gloomy and cold aura blew from within the skeletal fortress towards the 14 people standing at the entrance, causing them to feel a chill down their spines. Some of them even shuddered. However, most of them heaved a sigh of relief. Glancing at the 2 peak Tier 9 demonic beasts, Wu Yan took out an orb from his gate of Babylon and he shook it off before the rest of the party started talking to each other. Under everyone's gaze, the bead flew into the air and silently exploded. A faintly discernible stream of air spread out from the exploded bead and filled the entire sky. Immediately, everyone's eyes lit up and they were forced to close their eyes due to the sudden burst of light. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi's hearts skipped a beat. Their faces were filled with nervousness. The magic beasts outside would be able to sense the intense light. However, the 4 of them were soon surprised. It had already been some time since the strange light had appeared. However, those frightening rank 9 magical beasts did not seem to have discovered it. The 4 of them who were standing at the entrance did not sense anything that had run in. Could it be that the monsters didn't notice the light? Time slowly passed as the 4 of them felt uneasy. The light in the sky gradually dimmed. Not long after, the skeletal fortress returned to its original cold atmosphere. Phew! Wu Yan finally let out a sigh of relief. Under everyone's shocked gazes, he tore off his cloak. Looks like everything went well, Yan. Fei Fei's jaw dropped. She glanced at the two monsters behind her and asked carefully. Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Are you? If we were to be discovered, we would have been discovered a long time ago from this distance. Shokuho Misaki said calmly as she tidied up her messy hair. The bead that exploded just now should be able to keep us safe here, right? Wu Yen smiled bitterly when he heard Shokuho Misaki's words. Actually, I don't mind if you're a little dumb, that bead. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi reflexively looked up. All they could see were some eerie skeletons. Other than that, there's nothing else. Don't worry. Wu Yen shrugged. Because it's too troublesome to explain, I won't explain it. In short, no matter what we do in this skeletal fortress, as long as it doesn't collapse, then the magical beasts outside won't be able to sense what's happening inside. Fei Fei blinked. She looked at the confident Wu Yen and then at Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others. She shook her head and laughed when she saw how confident they were. I'm getting more and more curious. Where did you guys get these magical items from? You like them? I can give you some as a gift. Wu Yen said nonchalantly. Fei Fei's expression froze. She was speechless. How can he give away such magical items just like that? They're obviously precious. Fei Fei thought Wu Yen was teasing her. She didn't know that Wu Yen was telling the truth. These items aren't worth much. No, they're only worth a few item points. After calming down, everyone began to pay attention to the environment inside. In the gloomy scene, the light was extremely dim. People could barely see their surroundings from 5 to 10 meters away. All around them were walls made of bones, mixed with some mud, giving people the feeling that they were in the chest of some magical beast. The surrounding temperature was a bit cold, and the whole atmosphere was gloomy. In front of them, there was some black air current, like a poisonous miasma, flowing in the entire skeleton fortress. At this time, everyone suddenly realized that there was also this kind of air current around them, but it didn't seem to be dangerous. Looking ahead, Wu Yen turned to look at Fei Fei and the other three. What do you think? Do you want to go in? Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi lowered their heads. Then, they nodded resolutely. Wu Yen and the other girls couldn't do anything about it. Since you've decided, let's go. Wu Yen said to Fei Fei and the others. Thank you. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi said softly. They were deeply grateful. Without Wu Yen, the chances of them entering the skeletal fortress were pitifully small. They were grateful that Wu Yen still supported them. After all, other than Fei Fei, the other three weren't close to Wu Yen. If you really want to thank me, treat me to a big meal when we get back. Wu Yen rolled his eyes at the four of them. He raised his cloak and covered everyone with it. They didn't know what kind of treatment awaited them ahead. Perhaps the Beast King is inside. It's better to be safe than sorry. The shape of the skeletal fortress was similar to that of a cave. It gradually became smaller from the inside to the outside. The deeper they went, the wider the surroundings became. After walking for a short while, the surrounding skeletal walls disappeared from everyone's sight. Instead, they were replaced by a winding path. Walking on the winding path is like walking into a maze. Those with a poor sense of direction would have lost their way long ago. There are broken bones everywhere. Some of them are scattered on the side of the road while others are buried deep underground. Only a small part of them can be seen and it's giving off a rotting stench. There was a gloomy atmosphere in the surroundings. Apart from the sound of everyone's footsteps, there was no other sound. The surroundings were deathly silent. Walking here with one's head lowered gave one the feeling that it would not be surprising if a rotten zombie jumped out. It was as gloomy as a haunted house. They don't know when, but the winding path suddenly straightened and led straight to the front. At the end of the path, there's a little light shining in front of them. It's telling them that they've almost reached the exit. Looking at the end of the path, the group of 14 involuntarily paused their footsteps. Then, they resumed their pace and walked forward. As the light became more and more dazzling, the end was getting closer and closer. At a certain moment, they finally passed through the path. However, the scene that appeared in front of them caused them to be stunned. A vast flat ground appeared in front of them. As usual, the surrounding walls are made of a mixture of bones and mud. The shape of the walls is circular and it forms a huge semicircle with the ground. Other than that, there's nothing here except for a bone chair. The thing that really stunned the group of 14 people is a person sitting on a bone chair with his eyes closed. It's like he's in a deep sleep. That's right, it's a person. A handsome man wearing animal skin clothes. He's holding his cheek with one hand and holding the handle of the bone chair with the other hand. His eyes are closed and he's taking a nap. When everyone came to their senses, confusion, fear, and disbelief appeared on their faces. It's a sign of their master's heart. A person? Feifei looked at the person on the stone chair in shock. Impossible. How can there be a person in the core of the behemoth forest? Before coming here, everyone had imagined that it could be a demigod rank magical beast, or it could be the same as the outside world, filled with rank 9 magical beasts. But they had never imagined that there would be a human inside. In the current behemoth forest, let alone humans, other than magical beasts and trees, there's no other life form that would wander around here. If they didn't have a mission, they wouldn't be willing to come to the behemoth forest where magical beasts work together to fight against enemies. But in the center of the behemoth forest, there's a person in the skeleton fortress under the protection of 13 peak 9th rank magical beasts. It's easy to imagine the bewilderment in everyone's hearts. Chapter 583. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi couldn't believe what they saw. Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and the others had serious looks on their faces. They didn't notice that Wu Yan, Hinajaku, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and the others had tense expressions. Because, in the eyes of the 10 people, the person who was resting on the throne of bones with his eyes closed had this message: Beast King, level 90 Beast King. It's the person sitting on the throne. It's the Beast King. Everyone exchanged glances with Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki. They could see the complicated emotions in each other's eyes. It's obvious that the Beast King that Lei Wang and the council viewed as a huge threat has appeared in front of them in this form. None of them expected this to happen. However, it did not seem that difficult to understand. The Thunder King had once said that the Beast King possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. The moment they advanced to the demigod level, the Beast King's body would undergo a metamorphosis in order to allow them to go further on the path of cultivation. What kind of body is more suitable for cultivation than a human? From a certain point of view, humans are the favored children of the world. Their lifespan is negligible compared to demonic beasts, but they can cultivate to the point where they surpass demonic beasts that have lived for hundreds or thousands of years in just a few decades. There's also no limit to how long a human can advance in rank. Demonic beasts need a long time to advance in rank. Their bloodline is also linked to them. Some demonic beasts with bad bloodlines will never be able to advance in rank no matter how long they live. Some demonic beasts with good bloodlines will be born as high-rank demonic beasts if their parents are of high rank. However, this situation can only be maintained up to rank 9. Once they reach rank 9, their bloodline won't be able to support their advancement. That's why it's necessary for them to transform into a human. Also, in the novels and TV shows, powerful demonic beasts transforming into humans is a symbol. It's no surprise that the Beast King appeared in the form of a human. Of course, this is for Wu Yan and the others who live in a technological world. For Feifei and the others, the Beast King is a human. They didn't think of this possibility. The human in front of them is still a huge shock. Suddenly, the person on the bone throne, the Beast King, opened his eyes. A pair of ordinary black pupils shot towards the direction of the group of 14 people like arrows. Suddenly, the group of people felt a stinging pain in their eyes. It was as if they had been stabbed by the gaze of the Beast King. Their hearts were filled with shock. Wu Yan wanted to say something to Hinajaku and the others, but a deep and powerful voice came out of the Beast King's mouth. It entered everyone's ears. Since you're here, come out. Everyone's expression changed. Looking at the Beast King's eyes that were looking directly at them and the words that came out of his mouth, they understood that they had been discovered. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi hesitated under the Beast King's gaze. They're considering whether the Beast King is telling the truth or not. Wu Yan's heart started to beat faster. He knows the identity of the Beast King. Wu Yan knows that he's been discovered. Wu Yan clenched his fists. He took 2 deep breaths to suppress the trembling in his heart. He didn't even notice that his hands were cold. His knuckles turned white from clenching. Wu Yan is excited that he is going to face a demigod in person. But at the same time, he also felt a sense of fear in front of someone he has never felt before. However, Wu Yan calmed himself down. Thinking about his trump card, he calmed himself down and slowly, he took off the cloak he's wearing. The 14 of them appeared out of thin air. Their figures gradually appeared in the Beast King's sight. The Beast King's eyes glowed with a strange light. He muttered to himself, has the human world developed to the point where they can produce such mystical things? Interesting. A calm voice reverberated in the empty space. Ming Ming's voice was extremely calm, but everyone felt as though their heads were exploding. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the entire space, causing everyone's hearts to sink at the same time. Fei Fei and the other 3 who had yet to understand the other party's identity had a look of fear on their faces. Oni-chan. Flandre-chan clutched Wu Yan's clothes tightly. Her wine-red eyes were filled with a never-before-seen seriousness as she stared at the Beast King. Flandre-chan couldn't help but feel restless. Deep in her heart, there's a voice telling her that the person in front of her is very scary. So scary that Flandre-chan can't tolerate his existence anymore. Ikaros's expressionless face showed a hint of heaviness. She couldn't help but lean closer to Wu Yan. This way, not only will she be able to protect Wu Yan in time, she will also be able to dispel the chill in her heart. Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohada Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku all subconsciously moved closer to Wu Yan. One can only imagine how much pressure the Beast King exerted on them. I'm curious. The Beast King glanced at everyone. Other than Flandre-chan and Ikaros, everyone lowered their heads. Wu Yan relied on his pride as a true ancestor to force himself to look at the Beast King from afar. However, his expression was a little unnatural. How did you manage to sneak into my castle without my subordinates noticing? The Beast King shifted his body and changed his posture. He didn't seem worried at all that the people in front of him would harm him. Subordinates. Fei Fei and the other 3 were stunned for a moment before realizing something. Their eyes widened. Wu Yan's heart sank to the bottom of his stomach, but on the surface, he sneered. Don't tell me you don't suspect that your subordinates were killed by us? Killed? The Beast King shook his head without hesitation. His tone was calm, he didn't hide his disdain for Wu Yan and the others. You're all so weak, there's no way you can hurt them, not even a strand of hair. You. Mikoto was enraged and took a step forward. Stop looking down on us. Do you think you're the Beast King? Do you think you're so confident in everything you do? What did you say? Mikoto's words didn't even get a response from the Beast King. Fei Fei and the other 3 were already shocked to the core. They turned their heads to look at the handsome man with a calm expression on his face. Him? The Beast King? Oh. The Beast King's expression finally changed a little. So you didn't come here without knowing anything, you came here specifically for me. Everyone's expression changed as the Beast King slowly stood up from the bone throne. Raising his foot, the Beast King took a step forward, causing a slight echo in the silent space. At the same time, everyone's hearts skipped a beat, and they reflexively took a step back. The Beast King took a step forward as if he didn't see anything. Suddenly, an aura as heavy as 1,000 kilograms rose from the Beast King's body. It was like a heavy mountain came crashing down, causing the space to tremble. Wu Yan and the others looked like they were hit by something. They groaned and bent over, their faces pale. Humans are still the same as before, so hostile towards the existence of the Beast King. The Beast King slowly walked towards the group, his aura was like fire invading them, forcing them to take a few steps back. We just want to protect ourselves, we just want to live a carefree life like humans. You don't even have the right to be free of your praise. The Beast King's cold gaze swept across the group. You're not even willing to give it to us? Under the Beast King's oppressive gaze, the group felt like they were struck by lightning. They could taste blood in their throats. Wu Yan clenched his fists as he glared at the Beast King. His blood boiled like boiling water as he glared at the Beast King. The Beast King's wine-red eyes turned golden, a powerful aura descended, causing the Beast King to frown. Chapter 584. His viscous, blood-like aura rose like a giant beast that had been freed from its shackles. The heavy aura of the Beast King was directly pushed apart by it, and a crack was forcibly squeezed out. The Beast King frowned, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. So weak, he's not even at the 9th level yet he can resist my aura. This person is interesting. However, when Wu Yan raised his head and revealed his golden eyes to the Beast King's brows furrowed again. He stared at Wu Yan and said, "You are not human." Wu Yan's golden eyes narrowed. He stared back at the Beast King with a sullen expression. He was a little annoyed that the Beast King saw through him so easily. Not human. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi's expressions froze when they heard the news. When they saw that Wu Yan didn't refute it, their expressions changed drastically. Their reaction was much greater than when they heard that the person in front of them was the Beast King. Compared to a mythical Beast King, the fact that Wu Yan, who helped them a lot during their time together, isn't human shocked them even more. What kind of existence are you? The Beast King's expression was no longer as calm as before. He looked at Wu Yan with a gaze that seemed to be sizing him up. The Beast King could feel the aura coming from this person in front of him. It's not that this person's aura is stronger than his, nor is it that this person's strength is greater than his. It's a kind of subconscious obedience that a low-level demonic beast would feel when meeting a high-level demonic beast. It's an instinctive respect for a life form of a higher level than himself. A life form of a higher level than me? The Beast King thought about it carefully. He found it funny. He's the Beast King, other than the divine beast god that never appeared again. What other life form could possibly be higher than him? Even a god-level human wouldn't be able to surpass an ordinary magical beast in terms of life rating. At the end of the day, humans are nothing more than food for demonic beasts. The Beast King didn't know that the person standing in front of him is a primogenitor. According to the Beast King's theory, all lifeforms with blood are nothing more than food for him. The Beast King's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Wu Yan resisting his aura. The Beast King's aura reverberated in the air, causing Wu Yan to bend down again. His shoulders slumped heavily. Since you're not a human and you don't look like a demonic beast, why are you interfering in the affairs of humans and demonic beasts? The Beast King said. Unknown existence, if you leave now and I will not pursue the matter. Is. Wu Yan's he's he Wu Yan. The other party had used the attitude of an absolute expert to suppress him to such an extent, and yet, with just a few words, he said that he would not pursue the matter, and that was all? Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others who were struggling under the Beast King's aura. He couldn't control his anger. His aura surged. Wu Yan twisted his body in midair as if he was trying to break free from something. He broke free from the Beast King's aura. Wu Yan laughed out loud to the Beast King's surprise. Beast King. Wu Yan's voice was as cold as ice. As a magical beast, at your level, you can be considered an existence that has lived for who knows how many years. You can actually speak in such a dignified manner after making things difficult for a few juniors. Perhaps you are the only one in the world who can do that. Make things difficult for the juniors? The Beast King laughed mockingly. Don't try to use the human world against me. In the eyes of us demonic beasts, the weak are prey to the strong. Strength is everything. If you don't have strength. The Beast King stared at Wu Yan. Then, you're nothing but food. Strength? Wu Yan narrowed his eyes at the Beast King. Do you think it's appropriate to talk about strength when you're in a weakened state? The Beast King laughed when he heard Wu Yan's words. His words made everyone tremble. Weakened state? That was before. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. His expression changed. Could it be that you're already, that's right? The Beast King couldn't help but raise his voice. Vaguely, a beastly roar that made the heavens and earth tremble accompanied his voice and spread to the surroundings. The current me, regardless of rank or strength, is already a true Beast King. The demonic beasts, under my leadership, will become the true rulers of this world. Humans, if you want to treat us like prey, the Beast King's intimidating gaze swept across the pale-faced Fei Fei and the others. Dream on. The Beast King's hateful words landed on Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. The four of them felt their insides twitching. Their hearts were filled with bitterness. Fei Fei and the others could already imagine the future humans trying to get resources from the behemoth forest. Against the united demonic beasts, humans trying to get resources from the behemoth forest is no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Beast King. Fei Fei resisted the heavy pressure and took a step forward. She gritted her teeth and shouted. The Spalier world has 5 demigods. Do you think a single Beast King like you can fight the humans to the death? 5 demigods? The Beast King chuckled. You're right. I can't fight 5 demigods, but it's not hard for me to stay alive. As long as I'm alive, the demonic beasts will listen to my orders and resist the humans. Humans will not treat us demonic beasts as prey. Furthermore, the Beast King turned around. His words pierced Fei Fei's heart. Are you demigods really that united? Will you all work together? Fei Fei bit her lip so hard that it started to bleed. Seeing this, the Beast King shook his head and turned his head away in disdain. Humans are always so selfish. Even in the face of external enemies, you only care about yourself. How can you fight against my united demonic beasts? If we charge out of the behemoth forest, we might suffer a fatal blow. However, our goal has always been to protect ourselves. As long as we occupy the entire behemoth forest, that will be enough. Even if all the demigods come, they won't be able to touch me. The Beast King stopped looking at Fei Fei and turned to look at Wu Yan. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. It seems like you don't want to retreat. If that's the case, a monstrous killing intent enveloped everyone present. Fei Fei, Bingling, and Bishi, who had yet to break through to the 8th order, immediately gave up on resisting. Their eyes were filled with despair as they reached for their spatial items. They planned to use their trump cards to escape with their lives. Little Yen. Shokuho Misaki yelled. Wu Yan understood what she meant. The Beast King is not someone they can take on head-on. Even if they worked together, they wouldn't stand a chance against him. The only way out is to retreat. Everyone placed their hands on Wu Yan. Chuju and Mikoto grabbed Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Wu Yan took out a crystal scroll and crushed it. The return scroll shattered, but Wu Yan and the rest were shocked to see that the portal did not light up. "What's going on?" everyone exclaimed in shock. The Beast King shook his head and looked at his surroundings. "Even though I don't know what you just crushed, it's impossible for you to escape from here. Because..." The Beast King's voice chilled everyone's hearts. "But this place is inside my body." Chapter 585. Inside my body. Everyone's expression changed drastically on the spot. A bone-chilling feeling rose in the hearts of the 14 people, causing them to shudder. The Beast King chuckled and shook his head. "You all know that my body will transform, but you don't know where my transformed body is." This is really, hearing the Beast King's words, everyone immediately understood. This skeleton fortress is the Beast King's original body, it's a body he abandoned due to his transformation. If the Beast King's body is this big, everyone raised their heads and looked around. Their faces were ashen. To them, this was the worst news they had ever heard. They stepped into the body of a demonic beast without knowing anything, and they can't even escape. Impossible. Wu Yan's face contorted. "Even if this is your body, the return scroll won't lose its effect." "Humph," the Beast King snorted. "Although I don't know what effect that thing called town return scroll has, in my body, without my permission, any means of escape are useless. It's useless to escape." Their bodies trembled. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of helplessness. Oni-chan. Flandre-chan tugged at Wu Yan's arm when she saw Wu Yan's sour expression. A hint of bloodthirst flashed through her eyes. "Let Flandre-chan hit him." This is the first time Flandre-chan didn't use the word play when facing an enemy. Instead, she used the word beat. One can only imagine how strong the Beast King is in Flandre-chan's mind. "Master." Ikaros and Astria looked at Wu Yan. Yen. Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku also looked at Wu Yan. Obviously, the girls are waiting for Wu Yan to make his decision. Looking around at the girls around him, he smiled bitterly, very bitterly. He thought he can go anywhere he wants with the help of the system item. Even if he's not strong enough, he should be able to stay alive. He didn't expect this to happen. "I'm sorry." Wu Yan shook his head bitterly. He clenched his fists so hard that he could hear the sound of bones grinding. "I was too arrogant. I underestimated everything. I relied too much on the system item. I'm afraid I'm going to implicate everyone I love because of my mistake." Hearing the word "sorry," the girls all fell silent. Suddenly, Wu Yan tightened his grip. Flandre-chan grabbed Wu Yan's hand and said in a dazed tone. "Oni-chan, why are you apologizing?" Before Wu Yan could react, the other girls woke up from their stupor. They looked at each other and they grinned. "Flandre-chan, you're so right." Hinajuku rubbed Flandre-chan's head and her gem-like eyes met Wu Yan's. She continued in a serious tone. "Flandre-chan is right, why are you apologizing?" "Hinajuku, I..." Wu Yan looked at her blankly, but before he could finish, Mikoto cut him off. "Don't tell me you're apologizing because you made a mistake and implicated all of us." Mikoto looked at Wu Yan with a serious expression. Her tone had the same heroic spirit as before, but it also contained a hint of gentleness. "I don't want to hear that kind of excuse. Don't forget, we share the same life." "Mikoto." Wu Yan looked at the gentle Mikoto and was stunned. Shokuhu Misaki smiled and tilted her head. Her face was pale because of the Beast King's aura, but now, her face was flushed red and she looked relieved. "This is the first time I agree with Misaka's point of view. Our lives have already merged with yours." Masaki-chan, Kinohita Sayai pursed her lips and tilted her head in disdain. "Since we've overtaken your pirate ship, we've already overtaken you. Ai-chan, please don't give up so easily." Takitsubu Riku said softly to Wu Yen. If you give up too, then there's no hope left for us. Takitsubu, in the end. Frenda sighed and forced a smile. It's still not over yet, master. Ikaros and Astria looked at Wu Yen and said in unison. We will protect master. Frenda. Ikaros. Astria. Looking at the most important girls around him, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. At this moment, Wu Yen suddenly felt like he's been living a happy life all this while. Oni-chan. Flandra-chan had a determined look on her face. Flan will protect Oni-chan too. Flan. Wu Yen couldn't help but smile. The pressure the Beast King exerted on him disappeared in an instant. His heart is filled with pride and warmth. That's right. He slowly turned around and looked at the Beast King in front of him. A ray of light flashed in his golden eyes. If we don't give it our all, we won't know the result. Hinajaku, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, Flandra-chan, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at the Beast King in unison. They didn't say a word, but the determination in their eyes was enough to express their determination. Give it our all? Bing Ling and Bishi bitterly smiled and shook their heads. They didn't have much hope in Wu Yen and Ko's words. In fact, they even looked like they were in despair. Only Fei Fei and Sylph lowered their heads. They gripped their armaments tightly and walked behind Wu Yen. They told everyone their choice. Ha! Ha! Ha ha ha! The Beast King, who had been watching coldly from the front, couldn't help but smile when he saw this scene. The smile grew wider and wider, and a faint chuckle escaped from within. Then, as the smile grew wider, so did his laughter. In the end, his thunderous laughter reverberated in this space. Very good. Very good. Very good. The Beast King laughed as he looked at everyone with his black eyes. I've long heard that humans can expand their strength according to the changes in their emotions. Today, let me witness whether this is true or not. In an instant, a fatal sense of danger rose in everyone's hearts, causing their bodies to tense up. At the same time, sharp rock spikes erupted from the walls in all directions, carrying a whistling sound that resounded through the sky as they attacked everyone present. Aegis, Absolute Defensive Circle. Activate. Aegis equals L, Area of Effect Shield. Activate. Ikaros and Astria immediately entered combat mode. They flapped their wings and appeared on both sides of the group. Two crystalline barriers rose up and enveloped the group. Boom! The rock spikes violently bombarded the two defensive barriers. Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle, and Aegis, Area-type Defensive Barrier. The two defensive barriers that could withstand the attack of a ninth-stage powerhouse did not even last for a second before they were bluntly shattered. Retreat. Wu Yen grabbed Shokuhu Misaki and Takitsubu Riku. He kicked Bing Ling and Bishi, who were still in a daze. Then, he retreated with the girls in tow. However, the rock spikes came from all directions. Even if Wu Yen and the girls retreated in time, the rock spikes would still come at them from behind. There was no way they could retreat. Wu Yen gritted his teeth and threw Shokuhu Misaki and Takitsubu Riku to the back. He rushed behind the girls and crashed into the rock spikes. Puchi. Following a few sharp piercing sounds, the rock spikes pierced into Wu Yan's body, riddling him full of holes. Wu Yan is already heavily injured in a single exchange of blows. Chapter 586. The rock spikes pierced through Wu Yan's body. Blood splattered into the air as the rock spikes pushed Wu Yan back. The impact created two deep trenches in the ground. Master! The girls gasped. Ikaros and Astria flew behind Wu Yen to catch him. However, the rock spikes pushed Ikaros and Astria, who were supporting Wu Yan's body, into the air as well. Oni-chan. Flandre was furious. She reached out and grabbed at the rock spikes that pierced through Wu Yan's body. She destroyed the eyes on the rock spikes in an instant. Boom! The originally terrifying rock spikes trembled and paused for a moment before exploding into a sky full of rubble. Huh! The Beast King looked at Flandre in surprise. What did she do? The rock spikes were an attack derived from the Beast King's transformed body. In other words, those rock spikes could also be considered as a part of the Beast King's massive body. There was a world of difference between them and normal rock spikes. The Beast King was confident that even a human demigod wouldn't be able to destroy them without much effort if they were connected to his rock spikes. But now, a part of his past body had exploded in an instant. With the eyesight of the Beast King, he could naturally tell that all of this was done by the little girl with strange crystal wings and a demon tail. However, he could not tell how she did it. With a deep frown, the Beast King glared at Flandre and waved his hand. Instantly, the wall of bones and mud above everyone's heads began to ripple. Like the rock spikes from before, bone spikes shot down from above at an incredible speed. If one were to look closely, they would notice that these bone spikes were all aimed at Flandre. Flandre's wine-red eyes emitted a bloodthirsty red light. She curled her lips into a sinister smile. She soared into the sky and flew above everyone. Just like Wu Yan, she took the initiative to meet the Beast King's attack. Wu Yan, who has fully recovered with the support of his primogenitor physique, was shocked. He forced himself to calm down and waved his hand. 4 bottles of golden liquid emerged from the void and flew towards Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Quick! Drink it! Feifei and the other 3 were stunned. They instinctively caught the bottles, but they quickly regained their senses. Now is not the time to be in a daze. Other than Bingling and Bishi, who hesitated, Feifei and Sylph quickly swallowed the potions. Bingling and Bishi quickly followed suit. Like a signal flare, after Feifei and the other 3 consumed the potions, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Ikaros, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and the others took out a bottle of the same potion and poured it into their mouths. The next moment, other than Wu Yan, who didn't take the potion, everyone on the ground started glowing with an illusory light. Seeing this scene, the Beast King narrowed his eyes and began to think. As the most intelligent life form among the magic beasts, the Beast King had done his homework on the human world. He knew that humans would often use some potions with special effects to increase their strength. I wonder what kind of effects those potions have. The Beast King's mind raced, but he quickly gave up on the thought. No matter what the potions do, they won't be able to escape from this place. At most, they will be able to buy some time. Flandre met the bone spear head-on. Unlike Wu Yan, Flandre isn't going to use her body to block the bone spear head-on. Squinting her eyes, Flandre could see all kinds of black dots on the bone spike. Flandre reached out with both hands, and the black dots flew into her palms and were crushed by her hands. Bam 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 bam, just like the rock spikes from before, the bone spikes stopped for a moment before exploding into fragments that filled the sky. The Beast King's expression became gloomy as it fell to the ground. Just like before, the Beast King still couldn't figure out how the other party did it. This made the Beast King, who had just become a demigod, feel slightly annoyed. His gaze towards Flandre became more and more dangerous. Ikaros. Frenda. Taking advantage of the Beast King's attention on Flandre, Wu Yan yelled at Ikaros and Frenda. Use missiles and bombs to attack the surrounding walls. Ikaros and Frenda understood Wu Yan's plan. If they continue fighting the Beast King here, their chances of winning are slim to none. The best thing to do is to retreat. However, this is the Beast King's body, no matter what they do, they won't be able to break free. The only way to do this is to destroy the Beast King's body. Ikaros flapped her luminous wings and cherry-colored light flashed out. Together with the mini-missiles Frenda casually tossed out, they landed on the surrounding walls. Bam bam bam, the intense firelight instantly overpowered the wall, and the violent bombardment caused the entire scene to tremble slightly. Some dust scattered from above, proving the destructive power of the two women. Everyone looked at the fiery wall with hopeful eyes. Even Wu Yan couldn't help but feel nervous. It's a pity that the Beast King didn't care about this at all, they didn't see it. When the flames dissipated, the walls were still intact. Everyone's hopes were crushed. Bing Ling and Bai Shi's faces were filled with despair. Trapped beasts will still fight. Truly trapped beasts will still fight. Bing Ling and Bishi have already made up their minds to die here. Seeing the two like this, Wu Yan knew they've lost all will to resist. He couldn't help but grit his teeth. He can't blame them. If it was anyone else, they would have lost all will to resist if they knew their opponent is a peak demigod. After all, they're only tier 7. There's no other way. Crimson spatial ripples appeared in Wu Yan's hand along with the Nyedan Shana. The crimson lotus flame burned brightly, illuminating everyone's faces. Wu Yan stared at the expressionless Beast King and said in a deep voice, "Get ready to fight." Hearing this, the girls forced themselves to focus and faced the Beast King. Takitsubo Riko retreated to the back and unleashed her LV5 ability to the maximum. She boosted everyone's ability to use their superpowers to the maximum. Takitsubo Riko can also use her ability to temporarily grant superpowers to those who don't have them, but for those who have never used their superpowers in a high-level battle like this, it will only add to the chaos. Therefore, the only thing Takitsubo Riko can do is to strengthen those who can use their superpowers. The Beast King looked at everyone in front of him who were tensing up. Suddenly, a sinister smile appeared on his face, causing everyone's heart to skip a beat. As if he thought of something, Wu Yan's expression changed. Before he could say anything, the ground they were standing on suddenly shook. Spikes shot out from the ground and pierced towards everyone. If the spikes can come out from the walls and ceiling, they can also come out from the ground. Due to their carelessness, other than Wu Yan who reacted in time and dodged the spikes, everyone else was pierced by the spikes. The Beast King shook his head, but his expression changed quickly. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Wu Yan was the only one who managed to dodge the attack. He didn't even bother to look at his comrade. Holding his flaming longsword, he flew through the air and charged at them. Chapter 587. The flames on the blade of the Nyangdian Shana began to burn. At this moment, the effect of the Nyangdian Shana was at its peak. The dense red lotus flame rose from the blade of the Nyangdian Shana and formed a 1-meter-tall curtain of fire. The terrifying temperature caused the surrounding air to dry up. The red lotus flame fell down like a waterfall. The Beast King glanced indifferently at the fiery red curtain of fire and did not even move. A wall of bones suddenly sprang out from the ground in front of it. It twisted like a rice cake and covered the Beast King's head in front. Bang! The red lotus flame hit the bone wall. In an instant, the white bone wall was charred black. However, it didn't burn the bone wall down. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. He waved the Nyangdian Shana and the red lotus flame that was hitting the bone wall immediately turned around and went around the bone wall to burn the Beast King behind it. However, what greeted it was a small bone shield. Bang! A crisp cracking sound rang out. The flames of the red lotus were actually scattered into sparks under the sudden obstruction of the bone shield without any warning. It's not over yet. Wu Yan roared. He flew into the air and took a step forward. Crimson spatial ripples instantly covered the Beast King's body. In the next second, iron sand cannons extended from within and aimed at the Beast King. Beep! Lightning burst out from Wu Yan's body. Bluish-white replaced the fiery red of the red lotus flame and illuminated the entire area. Thick and solid electric current spread out from Wu Yan's body like a spider in a web. Wu Yan channeled all the electric current into the iron sand cannon's muzzle. Then, the iron sand cannon's muzzle started flashing with a bright light. The Beast King was expressionless as he looked around at the iron sand cannons that were glowing with blue and white light. Just as he was about to make a move, a few iron sand chains shot out from the crimson spatial ripples and wrapped around the Beast King's body, tying him up tightly. The Beast King was stunned for a moment. Extreme impact. Every word entered the ears of everyone present. Countless huge blue and white beams of light shot out from the iron sand cannons in all directions and descended upon the center of the battlefield in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a loud boom, sparks of lightning flashed in the area that had been reduced to a target. The sparks spread in all directions, causing a series of explosions. If it wasn't for the fact that they were inside the Beast King's body, the ground would have already been shattered inch by inch. Wu Yan didn't show any joy as he looked at the area covered by the huge beam of light. Instead, he stared ahead with a very serious expression. Although the ultimate impact was extremely destructive, Wu Yan didn't believe that a demigod-rank Beast King would be harmed by such an attack. Just as Wu Yan expected, when the lightning dissipated, a square block made of bone walls appeared in front of him. Sparks of electricity flashed on the surface, causing Wu Yan's expression to darken. The bone walls fell back down and the Beast King walked out of them. He looked at Wu Yan with admiration in his eyes. He didn't seem to be injured at all. Not a bad attack. Even if it's a 9th-grade magical beast that specializes in defense, it wouldn't be able to remain unharmed under this attack. Too bad. The Beast King took a few steps forward and said calmly, "It's useless against me." Wu Yan's expression froze for a second before he smiled. "I never said that this attack was meant to harm you, The Beast King stopped in his tracks. At this moment, 3 slender figures suddenly flashed to the left, right, and back of the Beast King. 3 sharp swords pierced towards the Beast King with the momentum of a sharp knife. It's Astria, Chuju, and Feifei. What? Even the Beast King was shocked by this turn of events. Of course, it's not because of the terrifying attacks coming from 3 different directions. The Beast King was shocked because of Astria, Chuju, and Feifei. After all, he saw the 3 of them getting stabbed by his spikes with his own eyes. The Beast King recalled that Wu Yan was also stabbed by the rock spikes. Now, he's fully healed. Could it be that these humans also have the ability to recover from their wounds? Is it because of the potion? The Beast King's intelligence has undergone a complete metamorphosis. It's impossible to associate him with a demonic beast. The Beast King's intelligence is already higher than a normal human's to be able to figure out that it's the potion's fault so quickly. Unfortunately, the Beast King's guess is only half correct. The others are fine because of the potion, but Wu Yan isn't. The Beast King snapped back to reality and 3 bone spears shot out from the ground. With lightning speed, the spears pierced towards Astria, Hinajaku, and Feifei. Before the 3 of them could launch their attacks, they were pushed back by the bone spears. However, the Beast King's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. He clearly saw Astria, Hinajaku, and Feifei emitting an illusory glow when the 3 bone spears pierced their bodies. The Beast King finally understood that his attack had failed once again. As expected, Astria, Chuju, and Feifei stabilized themselves and surrounded the Beast King in a triangular formation. They didn't take any damage. Astria and Chuju raised their guard and stared at the Beast King. Feifei touched her own body in confusion. Although she had already tested the effects of the potion, she still felt that it was a little unbelievable. How could there be such a heaven-defying potion in this world? Who on earth refined it? The Beast King's expression darkened when he saw Chuju and the others. He quickly recovered, but Wu Yan and the others noticed it. The Beast King's expression turned cold. The bone spears formed again and attacked Astria, Hinajaku, and Feifei. But this time, there weren't only 3 bone spears, there were countless of them raining down from the sky. Ha! Astria, Hinajaku, and Fei Fei raised their swords and deflected all the bone spears. The force exerted by the bone spears was negated by the resplendent breath. Astria and Hinajaku didn't get hit by any of the bone spears. Fei Fei was different. Unlike Astria and Chuju, who were both tier 8, she was only at the peak of tier 7. She got hit by several bone spears in a matter of seconds. Fei Fei didn't want to admit defeat. She recalled how Wu Yan and the others helped her along the way. Fei Fei screamed in her mind. Am I really that useless? No. Yan and the others are fighting for everyone's survival. I won't admit defeat. Ha! Fei Fei raised her head. Her combat aura flared up and expanded by 100 times. It's 10 times stronger than when Fei Fei was at her peak. As if she had received help from the gods, Fei Fei violently swung her blade. Night Elf slashed through the air, knocking down all the bone spears that were attacking her. Do Qi exploded from her blade, making Fei Fei look like a Valkyrie. Fei Fei was stunned when she sensed the condition of her body. Soon after, joy appeared on her face. Everyone present, including the Beast King, was stunned when they sensed the condition of Fei Fei's body. Fei Fei. She broke through. She broke through? She's a tier 8 fighter? Bingling and Bishi were stunned. They didn't know what to do. Fei Fei, who is on the same level as them, broke through at a time like this. Both of them were regretting their decision. Perhaps, if he went up and fought, he might be able to break through as well. Who knows? Bingling and Bishi raised their heads to look at the Beast King. The terrifying aura emanating from the Beast King's body dispelled their thoughts. Even if they knew that at this moment, they wouldn't be harmed again. Chapter 588. Fei Fei's breakthrough made everyone's morale soar. Their morale soared and their fighting spirit soared. The Beast King's brows are furrowed so hard that they're starting to hurt. It's just another tier 8, it's not a threat to him. However, the situation kept changing. He felt the same way Wu Yan felt when the return scroll lost its effect. Plans can't keep up with the changes. Let's end this meaningless battle as soon as possible. The Beast King's furrowed brows slowly relaxed, and his calm eyes swept across everyone present. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines, and their hearts also sank. Whoosh! The ground started shaking. Bingling and Bishi fell to the ground. Everyone else was thrown off balance. Astria, Chuju, and Fei Fei were too close to the Beast King. They were so close to the Beast King that they almost crashed into the wall. The Beast King stomped his foot. The ground went still for a moment. Then, the ground started shaking violently. It looked like the surface of the sea. Wave after wave, the terrain changed drastically. A strange sound came from the ground. It sounded like the sound of a pile driver. The sound was getting closer and closer to the crowd. At a certain moment, the crowd saw it. In less than a second, a handful of bone spikes as thick as a tree shot out crazily from the ground. They immediately filled more than half of the ground in their field of vision, causing the expressions of the group of 14 people to change drastically. A few figures flew up into the sky, avoiding the thick and solid bone spikes that repeatedly shot out. They barely brushed past the range of the bone spikes and floated in the air. As for those who couldn't fly, they were caught off guard and were pierced by the bone spikes in the most violent manner. When the bone spikes exploded, they were also pushed up into the sky. Not long after, the ground was filled with spikes as thick as trees. There wasn't a single gap between the spikes. Facing such a shocking scene, even the courageous women couldn't help but turn pale with fright, and their faces turned green. If it wasn't for the protection of resplendent breath, just this move alone would have killed those who couldn't fly. Although the Beast King's move didn't cause any damage, it successfully dampened everyone's morale, who had been high just a moment ago. The thought of being invincible surfaced in everyone's mind uncontrollably. Several people who were forcefully lifted into the air because they couldn't fly fell down one after another, crashing into those bone spikes. The sharp bone spikes made contact with their bodies at zero distance, and the slight chill on them caused cold sweat to form on their foreheads. They dared not imagine what would happen to them if they didn't have the resplendent breath. This won't work. The Beast King stood in the middle of the only patch of ground that didn't have spikes. He looked at the group of people who were still jumping around under his attack. His eyes flashed with hatred. He thought that a potion like this wouldn't last that long. It should have lost its effect by now. What kind of potion is that? It's so strong and it can last for so long. It's been 5 minutes. If the Beast King knew that the duration of the resplendent breath was 3 hours, what would he think? The Beast King was starting to feel a little impatient. As his mood changed, his surroundings started to vibrate. It was a shocking sight. Bing Ling, Bishi, and the others are struggling on the bone spikes. Wu Yan's golden eyes flashed with a brilliant light. Bu Mei's huge beam of light once again descended, but this time, its target was not the Beast King, but the bone thorn forest below. Countless beams of light concentrated on a certain area, blasting open an open space. A group of people who couldn't fly landed there one after another, finally escaping from their predicament. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, and Feifei looked at each other and heaved a sigh of relief. They are the ones who can't fly. The feeling of sleeping on the spikes didn't feel good. Under the Beast King's attack, everyone was scattered. They couldn't form a united front anymore. Takitsubu. Kinohita Sayai glanced at Takitsubu Riku. Takitsubu Riku, who has been working with her for a long time, immediately understood what she meant. Kinohita Sayai grabbed Chuju and Feifei and said something to them. Then, the two of them disappeared. When they reappeared, they were in front of the Beast King. The Beast King was surprised again. At this time, Chuju, Kinohita Sayai, and Feifei made their move. A fist and 2 blades were thrown at the Beast King. Their normal attacks caused a huge shockwave and landed on the Beast King's body. Boom! A muffled sound rang out as a bone shield blocked a punch and 2 blade attacks. At this time, a series of sonic booms came from behind the Beast King. The Beast King was furious as he turned around to see countless cherry-colored missiles descending towards them. The Beast King's eyes flashed and the thick spikes around its body suddenly extended out a few bone ribbons and wrapped around the cherry-colored missiles. Boom boom boom, the cherry-colored missiles were all blocked, but this time, countless swollen dolls appeared in front of the Beast King. Boom, all of the inflated dolls exploded, bringing with them a fiery light. However, this fiery light flashed in the air. Bone spikes pushed the dolls into the air, causing a series of explosions to sound in the air. Suddenly, an orange beam shot out from behind the sea of fire. It scattered the sea of fire and blasted towards the Beast King. The Beast King, who was already a little impatient, became even more impatient. His face darkened. Seeing the railgun coming towards him, the Beast King no longer used Bonehead's ability. When the railgun was in front of him, the Beast King waved his hand and hit the railgun, sending it flying into the air. However, just as it swung its hand and knocked the railgun away, Chuju, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, and Feifei appeared around it and charged towards the Beast King from all directions. The Beast King's face turned dark. Being bitten by a bunch of ants that can't be killed, no matter how good of a temper he has, he couldn't stand it. This was how the Beast King felt. With a cold snort, a gust of wind burst out from his body. With the force of 1,000 caddies, he viciously smashed into the 4 girls. Hinajaku and the other 3 were instantly sent flying, their bodies shooting into the surrounding bone spur forest. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. A series of sonic booms came from the sky when Chuju and the others were sent flying. Numerous iron sand swords enveloped the Beast King's body and tore his beast skin armor to shreds. The Beast King narrowed his eyes and looked at Wu Yan, who was in the sky. A monstrous killing intent rose from his heart. As a demigod, he was already annoyed that he couldn't do anything to a tier 7 or 8 opponent. Now, Wu Yan's actions just happened to be in the Beast King's line of fire. Several thick bone ribbons shot out from under Wu Yan's body. They were so fast that Wu Yan didn't even notice them. The bone ribbons pierced through Wu Yan's body like a hot knife through butter. One of the bone ribbons even pierced through Wu Yan's head. Large amounts of blood dripped onto the bone ribbons. Wu Yan's mangled body was skewered by the bone ribbons. He hung on the bone ribbons like a piece of rotten meat. The Beast King was stunned. Large amounts of blood splattered in the air. The bright color of the blood told him that this was all real. Aren't they immortal? The Beast King froze on the spot. Master. Ikaros, who was closest to Wu Yan, saw the person most important to her turned into a pile of meat. Her crimson eyes rippled as she glared at the Beast King. She couldn't suppress her anger. Ikaros, who has always been calm and indifferent, is now boiling with rage. How dare you hurt Master? A bright light shone from Ikaros's chest. Chapter 589. In the darkness, a beam of light shot out from Ikaros' body. Ikaros. Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki and the rest screamed at the same time. All of them saw the light coming from Ikaros' chest. It's exactly the same as the one they saw last night when they noticed Ikaros' abnormality. However, the light this time couldn't be compared to the light from before. What's going on? Wu Yan, who recovered to full health, was also shocked by this sudden light. When he saw where the light came from, he was completely stunned. He didn't know what to do. Unlike Chuju and the rest, Wu Yan didn't know what's going on with Ikaros. The beast monarch turned to look at the light source in the air, and his eyes narrowed slightly as he murmured to himself with uncertainty. She's getting stronger? Bzzz. The light emitted from Ikaros's body suddenly trembled and drilled into her body. Under everyone's different expressions, Ikaros's eyes gradually turned a little dull. Her originally not much spirit turned into a pool of stagnant water. A mechanical voice as soft as a mosquito came out of Ikaros' mouth. System confirmed, everything is normal. Self-evolution program. Pandora. Activate. After that, a huge beam of light came down from the sky and landed on Ikaros. In a breath's time, Ikaros, who was in the middle of the beam, turned blurry and turned into a human figure. Ikaros. Wu Yan stared blankly at the disappearing Ikaros. He panicked and a deep sense of panic filled his heart. He couldn't help but feel anxious. What's going on? What the hell is going on? Wu Yan didn't care about the others, he screamed at the sky. He had no idea what's going on with Ikaros, he's never heard of it. This situation made Wu Yan very anxious. Ikaros. Wu Yan dashed towards the beam of light in an attempt to rescue Ikaros. But halfway there, Astria, who appeared out of nowhere, pulled him back. Master, don't go, Ikaro-senpai is fine. Unlike the panicking Wu Yan, Astria saw the change in Ikaros and her face was filled with excitement. Her eyes were filled with joy. Obviously, Astria knows what's going on with Ikaros's transformation. Astria, what's going on? Why is Ikaros? Wu Yan lost his composure, he grabbed Astria's hand nervously. He didn't react like this even when he encountered the Beast King. Master, don't worry. Astria cheered. Ikaro-senpai is evolving. Evolution? Wu Yan's anxious expression froze and turned into astonishment. Angeloid can evolve? Yeah. Astria nodded, but she didn't explain anything. Her face was red from excitement as she looked at the light projection in the sky. Wu Yan suppressed his worry and stared at the light projection in the sky. When the beam of light slowly receded into the humanoid light projection, pieces of light that looked like building blocks floated in the air and covered the light projection. Tipia Ikaros version 2. Activate. After the light projection formed a humanoid figure, the light dimmed and a brand new Ikaros appeared in front of everyone. Everyone was stunned by the sight of Ikaros floating in the air. They stared at her blankly for a long time before they realized what was going on. Starlight shimmered around Ikaros, a white feather coat that could only cover her breasts extended down from her chest like a pair of wings. She wore a pair of white shorts that went all the way down to her thighs. 2 shoulder pads that looked like a shield floated in the air beside her shoulders. On the sides of her calves floated a pair of smaller armor as well. Her original pair of pink wings have turned into 2 pairs. Like a pair of jade-like hands caressing the surface of the water, ripples of color spread out in all directions. Ikaros's long pink hair fluttered in the wind. Barefooted, Ikaros stood in the air like a goddess descending upon the mortal realm. Her eyes are closed, waiting for someone to summon her. Character, Ikaros ability, Sky Queen mode, Pandora mode. Strength, S endurance, S dexterity, S spirit, A equipment, Artemis 2, permanent homing missile 2, asterisk, Aegis 2, absolute defense circle 2, Apollon, Apollo, Uranus system, asterisk, level, 80, Ikaros, version 2. Wu Yen, Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Astria, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the beautiful angel. Even the Beast King's expression faltered when he saw Ikaros. Beautiful. Holy. In the depths of everyone's hearts, undisguised praise for these 2 people burst forth at the same time. She isn't human either. The Beast King said with an unreal tone. It's hard to tell if he meant it as a compliment or a negative. However, the Beast King's brows furrowed again. He actually had a worried expression on his face. He doesn't know what's going on with the girl, but the Beast King can feel that the situation is changing. The 2 aren't human and they aren't demonic beasts either. The invincible potion and the sudden change in the situation are causing the situation to spiral out of his control. The Beast King suddenly had a bad premonition when he saw the 2-winged angel floating in the air with her eyes tightly shut. Demonic beasts have strong instincts. The Beast King may have gained sentience, but he didn't abandon his instincts. His instincts are telling him that he forgot something that might harm him. Driven by this instinct, the demigod Beast King began to panic. I can't let this continue. The Beast King's eyes flashed with a ferocious light. While everyone else is still intoxicated by Ikaros' beauty, he's going to attack. Just like before, the walls around her began to ripple and countless sharp bone spikes shot out from within, aiming at Ikaros with unparalleled ferocity. This woke everyone up from their stupor. Seeing the bone spikes coming at Ikaros, everyone who's had a taste of their own medicine couldn't help but shout. Watch out! However, Ikaros acted like she didn't notice anything. She just stood there motionless, waiting for the Beast King's attack to come. This caused everyone to panic until the bone spikes are about to hit her. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, Ikaros spoke in a flat tone. Sound waves rippled out and a circular Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, appeared around Ikaros, wrapping her whole body in it. Bam bam bam, the bone spikes landed on the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2. The powerful attacks caused the Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, to tremble a little. It looks like it's going to break at any moment. But, trajectory correction, the protective shield suddenly flashed, and all the bone spikes on it turned around and attacked the Beast King within a breath's time. The Beast King's face changed. Chapter 590. Aegis 2, Absolute Defense Circle 2, had evolved to become a gold armament. It actually had the ability to defend from all angles and could even reflect attacks. Caught off guard, even the Beast King had to control the rebounding bone spikes and neutralize the rebounding force to avoid being injured by his own attack. With a wave of his hand, he retrieved all the bone spikes back into the wall with a gloomy face. His premonition seems to have come true. Ikaros acted like she didn't notice the Beast King's expression. She slowly opened her eyes. Compared to before, her crimson eyes are a lot more lively. They look like red wine that has been fermented for countless years. You can even see stars in them. Artemis II, permanent rear-end missile II. Instantly, an overwhelming amount of pink light shot out from the two pairs of pink wings. Countless pink light rays filled the entire sky, as if they had grown eyes. They spun in a circle in the air, and with the force of a tidal wave, the number of pink light rays was no less than the number of bone spikes from before, enveloping the Beast King. The Beast King's expression changed again. He clenched his fists when he saw the pink light rays filling his vision. The Beast King can tell from the momentum of the Artemis II, permanent rear-end missile II, attack. It's not just the number, it's the same attack as before. Even the power has undergone a complete transformation. It's no longer a threat to him. The Beast King stomped his foot on the ground, and 4 bone walls drilled out from the ground around him, enveloping him within. Boom 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 boom. Countless rays of light landed on the bone wall, resulting in a huge shockwave. The continuous bombardment soon covered the Beast Emperor's location. Flames and dust rose into the air, but they were unable to stop the cherry-red missiles. The missiles fired into the bone wall like soldiers who were not afraid of death. Everyone was stupefied. Looking at the pink light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, and listening to the firecracker-like sounds, the group fell into a state of stupefaction. Ikaros-senpai after her evolution. Astria shuddered. So scary, Ikaros. Chuju, Mikoto, and the others were shocked. She's so strong. As for Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi, they've lost their ability to speak. The others know a little about Ikaros, but the 4 of them don't. Ikaros' sudden transformation and strength left them dumbfounded. All they can do is stare blankly at the scene before their eyes. Wu Yan took a deep breath. His anxiety and fear disappeared and turned into relief. Just a while ago, Wu Yan got to know about Ikaros' changes from the system. The Pandora system, the evolutionary system designed by Daedalus, Ikaros and Astria. Daedalus personally installed the Pandora system on the first generation of angeloids, Ikaros, Nymph, and Astria, to protect them strictly. In other words, it's a system that allows the angeloids to break through their emotional barriers and evolve when their emotions are pushed to the limit. Yesterday, after the death of the Ape King, Ikaros evolved from Tier 8 to Tier 9. Due to Ikaros' growth surpassing the limit set by Daedalus, Pandora system showed signs of awakening. That's why Ikaros' chest kept flashing with light. However, the Pandora system was originally designed to prevent Ikaros and the others from being affected by their emotions. Without strong emotional stimulation, even though the system showed signs of awakening, it couldn't be activated. This led Ikaros to believe that something was wrong with her body. Now that Wu Yan is being treated so cruelly by the Beast King, Ikaros' emotions were ignited. Her emotions triggered the Pandora system, and the Pandora system that was already on the verge of awakening was activated. Ikaros has also evolved and gained a new form, new strength, and new equipment. All gold-grade equipment. The current Ikaros is a true Tier 9 fighter after her breakthrough. Due to the evolution of the Pandora system, she's several times stronger than the average Tier 9 fighter. Daedalus really does love her daughters. Wu Yan muttered as he looked at the goddess-like Ikaros. Did it work? On the other hand, Hinajaku, Mikoto, Shokuho Misaki, and the others were paying close attention to the Beast King's condition. In midair, Ikaros' eyes slowly regained their luster. When she regained her senses, she turned towards Wu Yan's direction. Only when she saw a perfectly fine Wu Yan did she slow down her anxiousness. Ikaros was about to fly towards Wu Yan's direction when she suddenly stopped and turned around to look at the smoke below. Almost at the same time, bone arrows shot out from the center of the smoke, ripping holes in the smoke. The moment Ikaros turned around, every single one of them landed on her body. The effect of resplendent breath reverberated in the air, causing the bone arrows to lose their effectiveness. However, Ikaros was also sent crashing into the wall behind her. Even though she wasn't injured, her head was starting to feel a little dizzy. After the bone arrows hit Ikaros, they exploded and turned into tens of thousands of smaller bone arrows. Wu Yan and the others who didn't have time to react were sent flying and slammed into the surrounding walls. Cough. Wu Yan, the only one who didn't use resplendent breath, coughed up a mouthful of blood due to the impact. His injuries healed in an instant, but the pain is still there. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he bitterly smiled. He would rather endure this kind of pain than consume the resplendent breath. It's not that he's looking for trouble, but he wanted to remind himself not to rely too much on the system items. He didn't want to put the people around him in danger like today. It's not like he's going to die anyway, it's just a little more pain. Wu Yan didn't know that there's going to be a problem soon. The smoke-filled area slowly became clear and the Beast King's figure appeared. The cold expression on his face told everyone what he's feeling right now. Looking at the people around him who didn't get hurt, the Beast King's gaze turned colder. He then stared at Wu Yan. Since he couldn't hurt anyone else for the time being, then the only person who had been injured by his attack would naturally become his target. Humph. The Beast King snorted. The wall behind Wu Yan exploded and slammed into him, sending him flying. After that, a large number of bone arrows came from all directions and turned Wu Yan into a porcupine. Puchi. Large amounts of blood dripped from Wu Yan's body. Intense pain came from every part of his body. Wu Yan clenched his teeth and shouted. He tightened his muscles and forced the bone arrows out of his body. At this moment, a childish cheer resounded throughout the entire space as Wu Yan heaved a sigh of relief. It's done. At the same time, the Beast King on the ground was alarmed. His face changed. In the next moment, the Beast King's skin exploded. Bang! The skin on his body started to fester. After fighting for so long, the Beast King was finally injured. Chapter 591. At this time, the Beast King's appearance was no longer as extraordinary as before. His beast skin clothes were tattered, and his skin was cracked and festered. Wounds covered his entire body, and even his face had 2 open wounds. Blood slowly flowed out like a stream, and the Beast King had completely turned into a bloody man. Fei-Fei, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki looked at the bloodied Beast King in disbelief. Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Shokuhu Misaki seemed to have thought of something. They quickly looked towards the corner and saw a small figure floating in the air with both hands clenched. It's Flandre-chan. Flandre-chan. Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and the others were overjoyed. Good job. Flandre-chan licked her lips, but she didn't look happy at all. Even Wu Yan, who was standing opposite Flandre-chan, had the same expression. There was even a hint of gloominess in his eyes. The ability to destroy eyes, an ability that could casually crush a level 9 long-arm ape king, was now used on a Beast King. Unexpectedly, it only caused his skin to explode, but didn't completely crush him. Is a demigod really that invincible? Due to the difference in tiers, moving the eye on the Beast King's body was as difficult as ascending to the heavens, slower than a tortoise. In order to prepare for this attack, Flandre-chan forcefully suppressed her bloodlust and silently hid in a corner. Using the aura concealment stone to minimize her presence, she focused all her efforts on controlling the eye on the Beast King's body. All this time, she had been in hiding, all for the sake of a one-hit kill. But the result was that she couldn't kill the Beast King. The Beast King may look like he's in a terrible state, but Wu Yan, Flandre-chan, and Ikaros can sense that the Beast King's aura didn't weaken at all. Flandre-chan. Wu Yan looked at Flandre-chan with a bitter smile. I thought the Beast King's eyes were destroyed. Why didn't it explode? In order to coordinate with Flandre-chan, he didn't even use his ruby mode. He used his body to block the Beast King's attack. He pretended to be weak so that the Beast King wouldn't notice Flandre-chan. Who would have thought it would still fail? Flandre-chan blinked her eyes in disappointment. Big bro, Flandre-chan couldn't see all the eyes on the Beast King. I can only see a small portion of them and I can only control a small portion. That's why I couldn't kill him. I'm sorry, big bro. Flandre-chan didn't know that her battle record would shock a lot of people to death if they were to hear about it. Since ancient times, there has never been a case of a demigod getting hurt by a tier 9 demigod, but not only did Flandre-chan manage to do so, she was the only one in the world with such a battle record. Can't see all the eyes. Wu Yan sighed. He felt a little dejected, but he also felt relieved. It's no wonder Flandre-chan was able to defeat someone in Gensokyo despite her heaven-defying abilities. It seems like Flandre-chan can't see all the eyes on the Beast King's body. Of course, without Gao Flan's strength, there's no way Flandre-chan's ability can be blocked. Flandre-chan's ability is still very scary. Master. Ikaros looked up and said. The target's vital signs are fluctuating. As soon as he finished speaking, the Beast King on the ground gently straightened his back. Because of his movements, a large amount of blood flowed out of his body and splattered onto the ground. Good. Very good. Very good. The Beast King raised his head and revealed his face to everyone, much to their surprise. The pair of ordinary black pupils had disappeared and were replaced by a pair of flat beastly eyes. The Beast King glanced at his cracked skin and shook his body as if he did not see it. He shook off all the blood stains on his body. His expression did not change, but an unusually strong pressure enveloped everyone's hearts. You've hurt me. The Beast King's face was expressionless. It's scary. You should be proud, BZZZ. With the Beast King as the center, a hazy yellow light suddenly lit up, instantly illuminating every corner of the battlefield. A hemispherical shield appeared from his body and quickly spread out in all directions, covering the entire space. The hemispherical barrier expanded at an extremely fast speed. When the edges of the hemispherical barrier reached their surroundings, Wu Yan and Ko quickly raised their hands to block. However, the hemispherical barrier was like a gust of wind. It didn't do any damage to the group. Instead, it enveloped them. In just a short while, the surroundings turned into an earthy yellow space. Before the group of people had time to observe, their bodies suddenly sank, as if they were being pressed down by a huge mountain. Wu Yan, Ikaros, Astria, Flandre-chan, Mikoto, Sylph and the others who were flying in the air fell to the ground. Chuju, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, Takitsubu Riku, Feifei, Bing Ling, Bishi and the others also fell to the ground. A terrifying gravitational force was exerted on everyone's body, causing them to be unable to lift their bodies or even raise their heads. All of this happened in only 2 to 3 seconds. When the group of people understood what had happened, they were already lying on the ground. Damn it! The veins on Wu Yan's forehead bulged. He tried his best to get up, but other than raising his head, he couldn't do anything else. Wu Yan, who has the body of a true ancestor and the strongest physique among them, is already in such a state. Shokuhu Misaki, who is physically weak, couldn't even move her eyelids. Her eyes were filled with pain. Oni-chan. Flandre-chan felt her body getting heavier and heavier. She felt like she was suffocating. Flandre-chan is in so much pain, master. Ikaros and Astria struggled with all their might, but they couldn't move. Ikaros, who just evolved and got a huge boost in strength, was no exception. Yen. Hinajaku, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku could only let out a weak cry and nothing else. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi gave up on resisting. They closed their eyes as if they accepted their fate. Everyone. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at everyone. The Beast King's voice rang in his ears. As expected. The Beast King appeared in front of Wu Yan. His bloodied face was emotionless. He looked down at Wu Yan from the corner of his eyes. That potion will only take effect when you are injured. For an attack like this that doesn't have any killing power, the potion won't have any effect. The corners of the Beast King's mouth curled up. Under the stain of blood, he looked extremely sinister. You should be satisfied. You should know that this gravity space can even suck away the air. Ordinary people would have died long ago. Only you can safely stay here under the protection of that bottle of medicine. How miraculous. Even a vacuum can save your lives. Does the potion provide you with oxygen? The Beast King tilted his body to the side. No matter what, as a reward for injuring me, let me quietly watch as your potion loses its effect, bastard. Wu Yan raised his head and roared. Let them go. Fight me one-on-one if you have the guts. The Beast King sneered. Don't worry, I will save you for last. We will have plenty of time, but... Fight. 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 Wu Yan shuddered when he heard the Beast King's words. He couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. Now, he finally understood that the Beast King had been playing with them all along. He hadn't been serious at all. In all the previous battles, the Beast King had been playing around. Only now did he use a little bit of his true strength. This bit of strength is enough to make them despair. Chapter 592. Yen, Shokuho Misaki tried her best to squeeze out a sentence. Don't worry. We won't die, now that Wu Yan has fused with them. As long as Wu Yan doesn't die, he can revive them by paying half of the summoning points he used to summon them. Wu Yan has the body of a true ancestor, he can't be killed. Even if he is imprisoned by the Beast King, he can wait until the right time to escape and revive the girls. That's pretty much what Shokuho Misaki is trying to say. She didn't say it out loud, but she knew Wu Yan understood what she was trying to say. Yes. Yen. Chuju struggled to open her mouth. The most important thing is, the other girls didn't say anything, but they were probably thinking the same thing, including the most cowardly one, Frenda. Wu Yan bit his lips hard when he heard the girl's words. He felt so bad that he wanted to vomit blood. Am I really going to have to watch Chuju and the girls die? Then revive them? As for myself, I'm just struggling to live on. No. I'd rather die. I don't want them to die in front of me. Propping himself up on the ground, Wu Yan exerted so much force that his veins protruded out. The veins wriggled like earthworms, they looked like they would burst at any moment. One can only imagine how much strength their owner used. Wu Yan's actions were seen by the girls. They opened their mouths but no words came out. They couldn't bear to watch Wu Yan's desperate actions and they couldn't help but turn their heads away. How could a rational plan be compared to true feelings? If they were in Wu Yan's shoes, they would have to watch their loved ones die while they were the only ones who survived. Even if they knew there was hope, they would still feel pain. Even if the 10 of them survive, Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi won't be so lucky. Their deaths would forever be a knot in everyone's heart. However, there's no other way. At this moment, everyone fell into a state of despair. Their eyes were glazed over, except for Sylph. She only felt a sense of grievance. She had always been the absolute genius and expert in the eyes of others. She had never thought that there would be a day when she would have to rely on others to fight for the hope of survival. As for herself, she had not been of any use at all. That's why Sylph felt aggrieved. It wasn't Sylph's fault. She was just a magus who needed to chant spells. What could she do in a chaotic battle like that? Powerful magic required chanting, and the more powerful it was, the longer the chanting would take. Unfortunately, the level of the battle was beyond her level, and the surrounding terrain was constantly changing, which disrupted her casting. In the end, she couldn't even cast a single spell. As for spells that don't require long chanting time, they were completely useless. As a result, Sylph, who wanted to participate in the battle, was the one with the least impact. If the opponent was a demigod, Sylph wouldn't have fallen to this state. Even if the opponent was a demigod, she would still be able to make a difference with her companions. The strange thing is, this is the Beast King's body. The terrain kept changing and Sylph, as a magus with a gold armament, was reduced to a mere spectator. Sylph felt aggrieved. She turned her icy blue eyes towards Wu Yan. She felt bitter in her heart. Perhaps, she will never have the chance to report his possession of the ring to her superiors. Time ticked away like days or years. Wu Yan tried to get up, fell down, got up again and fell down again. It's a sad and desolate place. The Beast King sat on his throne of bones and stared at everyone. To be more precise, he was staring at the glowing halos around them. With the passage of time, the halo protecting the 13 people who had taken the resplendent breath was slowly fading away. It was only a matter of time before it disappeared. The Beast King didn't care about any of this. Instead, he focused on Wu Yan, who kept trying to get up. His emotionless face made people feel like they were watching an ant trying to move food that was 10 times bigger than itself. Moreover, the food was placed there by him. As time passed, Wu Yan became more and more anxious. His expression became more and more distorted. He tried to get up more and more frequently, but all of his attempts were in vain. He tried everything he could think of, but all his abilities and trump cards were mercilessly destroyed one by one. The Gate of Babylon, which only needed to be activated with his mind, was destroyed by the gravity of this space. Every time a ripple appeared, it would be destroyed. Even the 3 ruby modes were not suitable for this situation. There was nothing he could do. Wu Yan was about to go crazy. His unwillingness was expressed through his actions. As time passed, his movements became bigger and bigger. The Beast King was confused. Where did he get so much energy from? The halos on everyone's bodies grew increasingly dim. 3 hours had passed. It was about time for them to reach their destination. As time passed, Wu Yan's madness and anger slowly subsided. Calm down, calm down. Only by calming down can he think of a way. Yes, a way. There are only 5 minutes left until the resplendent breath expires. There must be a way, 4 minutes. Think about it, what else do I have? 3 minutes. Think about it, what else did I not consider? 2 minutes. Think about it. 1 minute. Think about it. His mind was spinning rapidly. He was moving with unprecedented agility. Deep in his mind, he started to browse through all the items in the system. Equipment? Ability? Summoning? Tools? Wu Yan has found a tool to resist gravity. The key is how to get rid of the Beast King. The Beast King is the most important part. In the 4 columns of the system, was there anything that he needed? Was there anything that he could use at this time that could help him get out of this situation? Suddenly, Wu Yan was stunned. System? Yes. Yes. It's the system. System. Quick. Give me a way to deal with the Beast King. It's obvious that Wu Yan is grasping at straws in a desperate situation. However, Wu Yan did not expect that he would turn to the right doctor this time. The voice that he is so familiar with, even a little annoying, rang in his mind. Wu Yan froze on the spot, his heart filled with ecstasy. User. According to the system's judgment, there are 536 ways to deal with the Beast King, 536 ways. F***ck, this is the omnipotent system. Quick! Give me the most effective way. Wu Yan shouted in his heart. User is advised to summon a character that can suppress the Beast King. Wu Yan cursed in his heart. He was so anxious that he was about to cry. The problem is that my summoning points are not enough to support the summoning of a character of that level. Perhaps the system understood the anxiety in Wu Yan's heart. After a moment of hesitation, the system prompt sounded. Beep. User is in a severe state of emergency. Activating system emergency measures. Beep. Strategic decision. User is given a free summoning opportunity. However, the summoned character is only allowed to exist for 10 minutes. It will return after 10 minutes. The user would have to complete a compulsory mission issued by the system as the price. Do you accept? Wu Yan is ecstatic, there's no reason to reject the summons. He silently accepted the summons and the list of summons appeared in his mind. He skimmed through it and in an instant, he locked onto a character. At this time, the light on everyone's body dissipated. On the throne of bones, the Beast King opened its eyes. Time is up. It's not over yet. Wu Yan shouted. The summoning, in his mind was triggered. The next moment, the summoning light flashed. Chapter 593. Like a reverberating ring, the summoning light rippled outwards. Finally, the yellow space was dyed with a different color. It looked strangely attractive. Other than Wu Yan, everyone else was stunned. They looked up at the summoning light. Chuju and the other summoners understood what was going on. Their expressions changed. Unlike the khaki-colored light that filled every corner, the range of the summoning light was not large, and the light source was not very bright either. However, when the Beast King saw the dense light that rose into the air like a large light bulb, his expression changed. Yet another unexpected situation occurred. Humph! Furious, the Beast King swung his arm. A dark ripple spread outwards and hit the summoning light. Wu Yan and the others cried out in surprise. Bang! The ripple didn't even dim the summoning light. It was like an egg hitting a rock. While the Beast King was enraged, Wu Yan and the others sighed in relief. Fei Fei and the other three were still confused. The Beast King narrowed his cold eyes. He was enraged by the repeated accidents. He stared at the summoning light but he wasn't in a hurry. I'd like to see what other tricks you have up your sleeves. Wu Yan ignored the Beast King's words. He stared at the summoning light with sweaty palms. The summoning light that was as tall as a person rippled. The illusory edges of the summoning light appeared and disappeared in the yellow space. During the ripples, the summoning light did not dim at all. However, everyone present could see that a faint humanoid figure was slowly emerging from the summoning light. A human? The Beast King, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi all gasped in shock. They didn't expect a person to appear in the ball of light at such an opportune moment. Could it be a summoning spell? Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi thought to themselves. The Beast King, on the other hand, was in an awkward position. In his body, no one could use any means to escape. Naturally, no one could use any means to barge in without his consent, not even summoning magic. That's why the Beast King was able to detect intruders in his territory. He also noticed Wu Yan and the others using aura-hiding stones and cloaks to sneak in. In a way, Wu Yan and the others had his permission. Otherwise, he would have attacked them the moment they barged in. This guy. The Beast King looked at Wu Yan with fear in his eyes. Who the hell is he? Why does he have so many magical means? The person who appeared in the summoning light instantly became the center of attention. It didn't take long for a flawless girl to appear before everyone's eyes. She was wearing a pink and white princess dress with pleated edges. It fluttered gently under the influence of the summoning light. She had a head of curly blonde hair. She was also wearing a pink and white round hat with a red ribbon tied in the shape of a bow. It added a bit of cuteness to the noble young lady. Strangely, the front part of the pink and white pleated princess dress was a Daoist robe with the 8 trigrams printed on it. It made her look noble and cute, but also a bit mysterious. Such a nondescript attire seemed to be a natural fit on the young lady's body. With that exquisite face that did not seem to belong to this world, it gave people a feeling that no matter what she wore, it did not matter. Furthermore, such attire actually highlighted her unique temperament. It was a miraculous aura that would make the world less colorful if she wasn't there. A red bow was tied to the end of the girl's long blonde hair. Her strange princess dress fluttered in the wind. She held a parasol in her hand. Her eyes were tightly shut. Amidst her nobility, there was a hint of tranquility and beauty. When the girl's full appearance was revealed, everyone was stunned. Even Feifei and the others seemed to have forgotten about their situation. She attracted all their attention. Only Wu Yan, who knew the girl's true identity from the start, maintained his consciousness. His face was filled with joy. A ray of light suddenly shot out from the girl's chest towards Wu Yan, who was lying on the ground. It connected to his heart. Only Wu Yan could hear that the 2 heartbeats were gradually changing. If anyone else could see the 2 heartbeats, they would see that the 2 heartbeats were slowly becoming the same. No one was able to react in time, including the Beast King. This change was beyond their comprehension, and everything was so sudden. Only Hinajaku and the rest who understood the reason behind it looked at each other with anticipation. Could this girl, who was about to become their companion, help them get out of this predicament? Finally, at some point, the 2 heartbeats became the same. The ray of light connecting Wu Yan and the girl broke. It rolled into a small ball of light and shot into Wu Yan's body. The light of the summoning also dimmed and disappeared. Only the blonde girl was left floating in the air. Her skirt fluttered in the wind. She was still as beautiful as ever. The atmosphere of the entire place turned silent. The Beast King raised an eyebrow. He looked at the girl floating in the air with her eyes closed. He had a vague feeling that she wasn't as simple as she seemed. She looked like an ordinary girl. Her tall and slender body made the Beast King's heart clench. But he still said coldly, "How long do you plan to stay up there?" The Beast King had forgotten that they were still in his gravitational space. But the girl wasn't affected at all. The Beast King's voice echoed in the space. The girl ignored him. Her eyes were still closed as if she was asleep. The atmosphere became a little stifling. The Beast King frowned. "Are you ignoring this king's existence?" The girl still didn't respond. Wu Yan was starting to get anxious. The Beast King's face darkened. His eyes flashed. He suddenly made a move. A black ray shot towards the girl in the air. "Oh no!" Wu Yan was shocked. Just as the black light was about to reach the young girl, a strange sound suddenly rang out. The space in front of the black light suddenly collapsed and a hole opened up. The black light was swallowed into the hole and silently dispelled the Beast King's attack. "Allah, how rude," a sweet and flirtatious voice came from the girl's mouth, breaking the peaceful and beautiful atmosphere. A pair of purple eyes gently opened. The parasol in her hand opened and was propped up by the girl on her shoulder. A pink and white folding fan appeared in her other hand at some point and touched her lips. It's rare to encounter such a miraculous thing. I still want to recall the memories that System forced into me, System. The Beast King frowned. The girl smiled and ignored the Beast King. It was as if he was just an unremarkable passerby in her eyes. Turning her head to look at the ground, she saw Wu Yan looking at her with a face full of joy. Blinking her eyes, she looked at him with interest, the corners of her eyes curved into crescent moons. What a rude person who took away my life without my consent. Wu Yan's smile froze. He suddenly felt a little awkward. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but laugh. Alright, looks like you're not that annoying. I'll consider you a pass. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl shifted her gaze and looked around. Then, she suddenly waved the fan in her hand. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the earthy yellow gravity space shattered like glass without any warning. What? The Beast King was shocked for the first time. Chapter 594. Impossible. The Beast King blurted out as he looked at the yellow space that had collapsed into nothingness. For a moment, he couldn't calm down at all. At his level, it's hard for his mental state to fluctuate. Only when faced with Wu Yan's endless tricks would he be able to feel a little bit of emotion. However, this is the first time in many years that he lost his composure like this. This is different from the playful battle from before. The gravity space is what the Beast King relied on to survive. It's what allowed him to dominate the behemoth forest when he was rank 9. He didn't use his full strength just now, but he was serious. However, this girl who came out of nowhere shattered the skill he relied on to survive. Even if she didn't use her full strength, the Beast King still couldn't believe it. On the ground, the group of people also had their mouths wide open. They had completely forgotten to get up because their heads were already dizzy. The gravitational space that had been suppressing them was broken just like that. Who are you? The Beast King calmed down after adjusting his emotions. His face is no longer calm, it's serious. Me? Covering her face with the fan in her hand, the girl's purple eyes flashed with a wisp of wisdom. Yakumo Yukari. The Beast King lowered his head. His mind spun quickly, he's trying to find information about the name Yakumo Yukari. Of course, he failed. Yakumo Yukari isn't from the Spalier world, she's from the Utopia. No, she's not a human. More accurately, she's a monster. Character, Yakumo Yukari ability, realm, gap, rune card, monster bloodline. Strength, S endurance, S agility, S spirit, S equipment, none level, 95, monster sage. Yakumo Yukari. Wu Yan stood up and looked at the flying Yakumo Yukari. His lips curled up. He was the only one who knew what the name Yakumo Yukari meant. Holding Flandrachon's hand, Wu Yan turned around and walked away. This action attracted everyone's attention. Where do you plan to go? The Beast King asked calmly. There was a hint of mockery in his tone. Escape? Do you think you can escape without my permission? Run? Wu Yan stopped in his tracks and asked without looking back. Is there a need for that? Hearing those words, everyone present was stunned. Wu Yan shook his head with a smile and continued to walk forward. Chuju, Mikoto, let's get some distance away, leave. The girls looked at each other. Chuju hurriedly ran to Wu Yan's side. Yan, what are you doing? Let's go help. Help? Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. His voice was flat, but the undisguised confidence in his words affected everyone present. There's no need for that. It will be over soon. The Beast King's expression turned cold, his beast eyes flashed dangerously. You're saying that I will lose? Of course you will. Wu Yan waved his hand and laughed, that's the best outcome, don't die. The Beast King's expression darkened, he sneered and stopped talking. He ignored Wu Yan's actions, no one can leave without his permission. Right now, he wants to crush Wu Yan's trump card and enjoy the despair on his face. Era. Yakumo Yukari opened her mouth in shock, but her eyes are smiling. You trust him that much? Looks like if I don't put on a good performance, I'll let you down. You're very confident. The Beast King is getting angry after being looked down on again and again, but on the surface, he acted as if nothing happened. Indeed, from what I saw just now, your strength is not simple. However, do you think you can win against me here? The Beast King didn't finish his sentence. He just gently lifted his foot and tapped the ground. The entire skeletal fortress started to shake. Oh! Yakumo Yukari was surprised, her purple eyes scanned the surroundings. Looks like this place isn't simple. The Beast King paused, he looked up. I didn't think you'd notice so quickly, well. Yakumo Yukari shook her body and smiled. After all, I'm in charge of a large territory. She spun the parasol in her hand and flew down, her folding fan fluttering in the air. Let's hurry up and deal with this unexpected battle. I won't be in this world for long. As soon as he finished speaking, the trembling ground became still, causing the Beast King's expression to change drastically. This was clearly his past body, how could it not be controlled by him? Yakumo Yukari smirked, she pointed her fan forward. The realm of light and darkness. In the next moment, a whistle sounded like an explosion, causing the Beast King's body to tremble and he couldn't help but take a step back. At this time, several balls of light flashing with a fatal aura had appeared behind the Beast King at some unknown time, lightly rushing towards his back. The Beast King's expression changed. The balls of light may look light, but the Beast King has a feeling that he won't be able to dodge them. Bone Shield. The Beast King turned around and a few bone shields appeared out of thin air to block the incoming balls of light. The realm of being and non-being. A voice rang out when the bone shields made by the Beast King collided with the ball of light. It was a simple sentence, and the bone shields suddenly disappeared, as if they had never appeared. The Beast King was shocked. The balls of light were already in front of him before he could react. The Beast King's pupils constricted, he stomped his feet and turned into a shadow. He dashed towards the distance with extreme speed. When he fought Wu Yen and the others, the Beast King didn't move at all. This is the first time he's faced with Yakumo Yukari. He had no choice but to dodge. The Beast King didn't dare to underestimate her anymore. Without a doubt, everything that happened just now was caused by Yakumo Yukari. She must be a demigod. Demigod. The Beast King appeared not far away. He looked at the smiling Yakumo Yukari. She's a demigod. Yakumo Yukari tilted her head and smiled at the Beast King. I don't have that much time for you to pay attention to other things. The Beast King shuddered when he heard Yakumo Yukari's words. He immediately felt a gust of cold wind behind him. He quickly turned around. A few black holes were spinning in the air. They devoured everything in their path, be it sound or air. Although they didn't make any noise, the Beast King knew that being hit by them would be no different than being hit by a real black hole. At that moment, the Beast King turned around. Just as he was about to do something, a sense of danger suddenly surged in his heart. The Beast King jerked his head up and quickly saw that the ball of light that he had dodged earlier had appeared in front of him. The attack of light and darkness swept through the Beast King like a hot knife through butter. Silently, the Beast King felt a suffocating sense of crisis. Without a second thought, the Beast King unleashed all of his powers. Ha! His hands were wrapped in heavenly might. They turned into shadows of fists and punched towards the balls of light and darkness. The Beast King was confident that this attack could send the balls flying. But at this moment, the calm voice rang in the Beast King's ears again. The realm of fast and slow. The lightning-fast fists disappeared, revealing the Beast King's fists. The Beast King's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, but there was no time for him to express his thoughts. The balls of light and darkness descended upon him in an instant. Bang bang bang, thick smoke rose from the Beast King's body. Following the Beast King's roar, it felt a sharp pain coming from its body. The Beast King turned around, broke through the smoke, and dodged to the side. A hand slowly rested on the Beast King's shoulder. Didn't I tell you? There's no time for you to pay attention to other things. The Beast King's hair stood on end. Chapter 595. Didn't I tell you? There's no time for you to pay attention to anything else. The Beast King's entire body froze. Cold sweat began to drip down from his forehead. His body tensed up as he felt the hand on his shoulder. The Beast King gritted his teeth and suddenly turned around to throw a punch. Bang! A muffled sound immediately rang out. However, the Beast King who had punched out a mouthful of blood was sent flying backwards and smashed into the ground. In the distance, everyone except Wu Yan was dumbstruck when they saw the Beast King Luftwaffe flying away. They felt like they're in a dream. The Beast King was sent flying. Bing Ling muttered in a daze. The demigod Beast King was sent flying, Yakumo. Bishi's expression didn't look any better. Could it be another demigod? A demigod that's stronger than the Beast King? Chuju, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki exchanged glances and shook their heads. Mikoto smiled bitterly. That Yakumo girl is so strong, the girls nodded, they couldn't take their eyes off Yakumo. The Beast King clutched his chest and stood up with a pale face. His legs were shaking uncontrollably. He couldn't believe it. One hit, just one hit, and he almost couldn't stand up straight. The Beast King glared at Yakumo Yukari and roared, "How did you do it?" His bone shield had mysteriously disappeared, his attacks had mysteriously slowed down, and his opponent's attacks had mysteriously appeared around him. Even his opponent himself had mysteriously appeared behind him. How did the other party accomplish all of this? Yakumo raised her parasol casually and smiled. How should I say this? Why don't you try it yourself? The Beast King's expression turned murderous. He took a deep breath and stood firmly on the ground. He tapped the ground and shot towards Yakumo Yukari like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, Beast King was right in front of her. With a ruthless look in his eyes, he raised his hand. At this time, the people standing in the distance saw that a sword had appeared in the Beast King's hand. It was a bone sword that emitted a baleful aura. The Beast King was going all out against Yakumo Yukari. The man's sword arrived before Yakumo Yukari's neck, and the rotten aura of the sword cut down mercilessly. That's fast. Chuju, Astria, and Feifei gasped in shock. The three of them who are good with swords couldn't see the Beast King's speed. The Beast King didn't dare to hold back against such a powerful enemy. He attacked with all his might. His bone sword was covered in a yellowish aura, and it became heavier. He swung it at Yakumo Yukari, who didn't even try to dodge. His target was Yakumo Yukari's vitals. But Yakumo Yukari didn't seem to care about the Beast King's attack at all. She had a faint smile on her face, and her eyes were calm and relaxed. She gently waved her fan, and the unbreakable bone sword was stopped. It couldn't go any further. The Beast King's expression changed slightly. With his current strength and magic, his bone sword could cut down a mountain with a single slash. But now, it couldn't even hurt a paper fan. Ha! His heart trembling, the Beast King suddenly retreated and shouted loudly. A yellow light scattered from his body, bathing him in the yellow light. That's... Wu Yan and the others tensed up. The yellow light from the Beast King's body turned into a yellow light barrier that spread out in all directions. Every area that was enveloped by the barrier turned yellow, and there was also a very heavy pressure coming from within. It was the Beast King's gravity space. However, the earthen yellow light within the gravity space was over 10 times denser than the previous one. Obviously, the Beast King had utilized his full strength to activate the gravity space. Yakumo Ziyuan's eyes lit up. She smiled as she watched the gravity space envelop her. When her shoulders sank down, the umbrella and fan in her hands became 1,000 times heavier. Yakumo Ziyuan exclaimed in admiration. Not bad. The Beast King got angry when he heard Yakumo Yukari's praise. She was praising him in the middle of a battle. She must be looking down on him. This time, the Beast King's speed was much faster than before. He left countless afterimages behind him. Before he even reached Yakumo Yuki, a black sword light was already flung out. Yakumo Yukari chuckled. She raised her hand, and in the next moment, the black sword disappeared into the gravity space. Her hand was already on the Beast King's sword. The realm of being and not. The late words entered the Beast King's ears and alerted him. His face twisted slightly. Yakumo Yuki pointed the parasol forward and a strong energy wave surged from the tip of the parasol. A dozen rays of light shot out from the tip of the parasol. The Beast King clenched his teeth and pulled back the bone sword. He swung the sword again and scattered the light. But after the light was scattered, it turned into countless tiny lasers. They scattered from the tip of the bone sword and shrouded the Beast King. The Beast King had no choice but to retreat, but Yakumo Yukari moved at the same time. The realm of being fast and slow. The retreating figure suddenly trembled and its speed instantly decreased by several times. Even though it was still very fast, the laser had caught up to it in an instant. Under the horrified expression of the Beast King, the laser viciously struck the Beast King's body. PSSH. The laser directly pierced through the Beast King's body. With the sound of flesh being torn apart, many bloody holes appeared on the Beast King's body. Streams of fresh blood dripped down like a spring, bringing with it a wisp of burnt black smoke. Bang! The Beast King half knelt on the ground, using the bone sword in his hand to support his body. His entire body was trembling, and there was also a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. His beast eyes were completely dyed red. Of course, this was not blood, but a sign of extreme anger. The Beast King raised its head with great effort and stared at Yakumo Yukari with its bloodshot eyes. It opened its mouth and spoke in a low voice. "How did you do it?" The smile on Yakumo Ziyuan's face disappeared. It was replaced with an indifferent expression. She stepped forward and stood in front of the Beast King. "Realm power, my ability." Her purple eyes looked down at the Beast King kneeling in front of her and said calmly. The Beast King struggled to raise his head. Although the damage he received wasn't fatal, it's enough to make him lose the ability to fight. It's different from the damage inflicted by Flandrachan. Flandrachan only managed to tear open the surface of his skin, but this time, every bloody hole on his body was penetrated through. Even if the Beast King is the strongest magic beast with the strongest body, there is no way for it to move when there are dozens of holes in its body that have pierced through its body. Realm. The Beast King tried to muster up some strength. "What is that?" Yakumo Ziyuan glanced at the Beast King. The existence of things is built on the foundation of the existence of a realm. Without a water surface, a lake can't exist. Without ridges, mountains and the sky can't exist as well. If the realm of everything doesn't exist, then it would become chaos. Everything has a realm. Yakumo Ziyuan shook her head and waved the fan in her hand. "As for me, all I did was control it, 8 profound realm." The Beast King gasped for air. The redness in his eyes had already disappeared. This was because they were now filled with shock and horror. "Doesn't that mean?" "That's right." Yakumo Ziyuan's lips curled up into a confident smile. A powerful aura rose from her body. "I can create something new. I can destroy something that already exists." Creation, destruction. The Beast King's pupils contracted violently. Soon after, a bitter smile appeared on his face. "I didn't lose unjustly." Chapter 596. The power of realm is indeed terrifying. A simple phrase of creation and destruction was able to display the power of the realm, and it was also able to display its terrifying side in front of everyone. Moreover, it was clear and obvious. In this battle, Yakumo Yukari only used a few basic moves. Yet, she was able to toy with the Beast King in the palm of her hand. Of course, there was a difference in level. After all, at demigod rank, the difference between each level is equivalent to a whole tier. Yakumo Yukari, who is 5 levels higher than the Beast King, can fight the Beast King as she pleases. But more importantly, the power of realm. Without the power of realm, Yakumo Yukari can easily defeat the Beast King, but it won't be as easy as it is now. At the very least, Yakumo Yukari would have to use her best skills to defeat the Beast King. But now, she can easily defeat the Beast King with just a flick of her finger. The Beast King is also heavily injured. This is why Wu Yan chose to summon Yakumo Yukari. In terms of level, there are plenty of players in the fantasy village who are higher than Yakumo Yukari. In other worlds, there are plenty of dungeons, there are more or less people who are stronger than Yakumo Yukari. But the power of realm is unique. No one else has it. Take Flandrechan for example. Even though she was only level 83, she had the ability to destroy eyes. Even if Flandrechan were to go up against a level 88, she would still have a chance of winning. It's the same for Yakumo Yukari. The difference in level between demigods is huge, but with the power of realm, Yakumo Yukari can easily defeat a demigod. Of course, the opponent doesn't have the same terrifying ability as Yakumo Yukari. To put it bluntly, if Yakumo Yukari was born in the Spalier world, she could easily dominate this world where demigods don't have much power. Unfortunately, she lives in a fantasy village filled with monsters. There's no lack of strange abilities there. Of course, there are people who are stronger than Yakumo Yukari. Today, I admit defeat. The Beast King's expression slowly returned to normal. His eyes returned to their normal black color. He turned to look at Feifei and the others. I may have lost, but this will only prolong the time humans can use the behemoth forest. Once I recover. Before he could finish his sentence, the ground where the Beast King was standing suddenly distorted and a wave of rocks surged up. Before anyone could react, the wave of rocks wrapped around the Beast King and reconnected with the ground, restoring it to its original state. However, the Beast King had disappeared from his original spot. In the distance, a group of 14 people couldn't help but run over in shock. Feifei couldn't wait to see Yakumo Yukari. Lady Yakumo Yukari, where is the Beast King? Yakumo Yukari frowned, then relaxed of her brows. He ran away. He ran away. Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi were shocked. They started to panic. Now that the Beast King is heavily injured, this is the best time to kill him. Otherwise, when he recovered, wouldn't everything remain the same? Seeing Feifei's reaction, Yakumo Yukari twirled her parasol. Her purple eyes that seemed to be able to see through people's souls curved into a crescent shape. She smiled. My attack wasn't a normal attack. That guy's injuries won't heal without a year or so. Feifei and the others sighed in relief. Feifei bowed and said respectfully, Lady Yakumo Yukari, thank you for saving our lives. Lady. Thank you so much for saving our lives. Bingling, Bishi, and Sylph bowed as well. The person in front of them is a peak demigod. She can easily suppress the Beast King. They don't even know if there are people like her in the Spalier world. Feifei and the others didn't know Yakumo Yukari's background, but her strength is enough to strike fear into their hearts. No need. Yakumo Yukari didn't act like a strong person. After living for so long, she has seen through everything in this world. That's why she's unusually approachable. Of course, it won't be easy to get her to look at you in the eye. I had a lot of fun too. Yakumo Yukari stretched her back and said, it's been a long time since I was able to throw away the rules of rune cards and fight like this. Rules of rune cards? Feifei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi were puzzled but they didn't ask anything. It's best not to ask too many questions when facing someone like this. Yakumo Yukari glanced at Fei Fei and the other girls. She nodded in satisfaction at their silence. Then, she turned towards Wu Yan. Her purple eyes shone brightly. It's obvious that she's interested in something. Wu Yan's lips twitched under Yakumo Yukari's gaze. He couldn't keep his cool anymore. He shrugged and he dryly laughed. Yukari, can you not look at me like that? It's creepy. Yakumo Yukari flinched. She didn't expect Wu Yan to call her so intimately. But, she quickly flashed him an interested smile. What's wrong? Yakumo Yukari smiled mockingly. You took my life, can't you let me look at you a little longer? Taken? Take. Wu Yan grinned sheepishly. He didn't know what to say. In a way, his summoning can be considered as taking away the lives of the summoned characters because their lives are already fused into his body. Huh. Yakumo Yukari looked at the girls behind Wu Yan. She was shocked when she saw Flandra-chan holding onto Wu Yan's hand. Flandra? You're here too. Flandra-chan was stunned. She looked at Yakumo Yukari in confusion. Do you know Flandra? But Flandra doesn't know you. Ma, you haven't seen me but I have seen you before, you just don't know. Yakumo giggled. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her. He felt like this, you haven't seen me before but I have seen you before, probably came with the help of some kind of black substance, for example, the void space. Suddenly, Yakumo Yukari frowned. At the same time, her tall and slender body, under everyone's astonished gazes, started disappearing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yukari. Wu Yan was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Summoning time is up? Yakumo Yukari didn't answer him. She looked at herself and she waved her fan. She tapped her body with it. An invisible force acted on Yakumo Yukari's body. Her body stopped disappearing and under Wu Yan's shocked gaze, she recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Yan pointed at the smiling Yakumo Yukari with a shocked look on his face. Isn't it time? Why are you? What's so strange about it? Yakumo Yukari said matter-of-factly, everything has its own realm. I don't really understand the existence of the system but since there's a summoning time, then time has its own realm as well. All I have to do is control the realm of time. Then, Yakumo Yukari sighed again. But that system is really mysterious. With my power, I can only extend the summoning time, but I can't completely cancel it out. What kind of existence is it? So you're saying? Wu Yan paused for a moment, then with a very interesting expression, he said, Yukari, you're staying? Of course. Yakumo Yukari closed her fan and raised her parasol. I never thought something so magical would happen to me. Of course I have to experience it. Time is stopped in Fantasyland anyway, I don't have to worry about it. Yakumo Yukari smiled slyly. So, I'll be in your care for now, Yen-kun. In an instant, Wu Yan felt a tail grow out of Yakumo Yukari's back, a devil's tail. Chapter 597. Wu Yan acted like he's very familiar with Yukari on the surface but inside, he's very shocked. Ever since he got the system, Wu Yan has been following the system's rules. If he wants an item, he has to exchange it with points. If he enters a dungeon, he has to complete the dungeon mission. Even the special item needed to unlock the mysterious crystal was made by the system. Yukari, on the other hand, can use her own ability to resist the system and achieve her goal. Even though it's just extending the summoning time, it's still a huge blow to Wu Yan. After all, in his subconscious mind, the system is an omnipotent entity. Yukari's actions have taught Wu Yan a lesson. She used the most obvious method to tell Wu Yan that the system is not something he can't resist. Coupled with the fact that the return scroll didn't work, Wu Yan has a feeling that the system is just so. On the other hand, Yukari has been observing Wu Yan's reaction. Naturally, she noticed the changes in Wu Yan's expression. Purple's pupils flashed. Raising the folding fan in his hand, Purple suddenly said, "Actually, that system is really an incredible thing." Wu Yan was stunned. He turned to Yukari and thought, is it that easy to see through me? How come both Shokuhu Misaki and Yakumo Yukari can see through my thoughts? Violet smiled faintly. It was just a slight curl of her lips, but it was enough to make Bing Ling and Bishi, who were both afraid of her, turn to look at her. I've encountered a lot of headache-inducing things in the fantasy village, but I've never seen something like this that can create equipment out of thin air, give people abilities, and have so many strange items. It can even strip people of their lives and forcefully integrate them into other people's bodies. Yukari glanced at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. To be honest, this is the first time I feel like my life doesn't belong to me. I feel like I'm being toyed with by someone else. If it weren't for the fact that there are no loopholes in the memory given to me by the system, I might have treated you as the culprit and dissected you directly. Wu Yan's body trembled when he heard that. He subconsciously distanced himself from Yukari by 2 to 3 meters. His inner thoughts turned into chills. As expected of the sage of monsters, Yakumo Yukari. She's so pretty, yet she can talk about anatomy so casually. Shouldn't she be the one toying around with other people's lives? She should be the one toying around with people's lives, Yukari smiled mischievously. She lifted her parasol and placed it on her shoulder. Era, Yen-kun, don't worry. My life is tied to yours. I won't do anything to you. Wu Yan laughed dryly. He finally understood. When Yakumo Yukari uses the word I to describe herself, it means she's serious. When she uses the word concubine to describe herself, it's either to keep her distance or to mock others. That's why he felt that between using I to say dissection and using I to say I won't do anything to you, he should trust the former. Nah, Yukari. Wu Yan laughed dryly and he asked her in a serious tone. What do you think of the system? Yukari squinted her pretty eyes and looked at Wu Yan with a meaningful look. This look made Wu Yan feel as if his inner thoughts have been seen through by this beautiful girl in front of him. After living for so long, Yukari's intelligence can only be described as monstrous. She isn't called a sage for nothing. Even Shokuhu Misaki doesn't have the right to act smart in front of her. Wu Yan couldn't hide his thoughts from her. Of course, Wu Yan didn't intend to hide this from her. Yukari's summoning time is limited, but their lives have already fused together, so Yukari can be trusted. Even if this is their first meeting, Wu Yan has no doubt about it. The two of them stared at each other. Ripples were emitted from their wine-red eyes and purple eyes, as if they were communicating with each other. After a long while, Z unfolded the fan in his hand and covered half of his face, making it impossible for others to see what kind of expression he had. However, traces of satisfaction could be seen in his purple eyes. As for the system, I don't know its origin. I don't know what gave birth to it, I don't know the cause and effect that brought it to you. Yukari turned around with her back facing Wu Yan. Her voice traveled into Wu Yan's ears. However, since the system has fused with your soul, it will be harmless to you. This is something that I can guarantee. No matter what, the system is just a tool, an item. Before he finished speaking, Z took a step forward and walked into the distance. Since it's a tool, when you're strong enough, you'll be able to use it as you wish. Yukari's back disappeared from Wu Yan's sight, but her words pierced deep into Wu Yan's heart. He couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Sooner or later, it'll be under my control. Recalling the incomparably powerful equipment, strange abilities, mystical items, and the characters he envisioned, an intoxicating smile appeared on Wu Yan's face. That's right, sooner or later, the system will be under my control. Fei-Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi looked at each other and walked up to Wu Yan. Fei-Fei said with a serious expression. Yan, since the matter here is settled and we've got the information on the Beast King, let's go back. Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi nodded. They can't wait to leave the Behemoth Forest and report the Beast King's whereabouts to their superiors. In this way, the members of the council would be able to seize the time to find the whereabouts of the Beast King before he recovers from his injuries and eliminate the Beast King to prevent any unnecessary trouble. Wu Yan roughly understood what Fei Fei and the others were thinking. However, he didn't have high hopes for them. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. He doesn't think the Beast King will be killed so easily. However, Wu Yan didn't object. Alright, since the Beast King has escaped, this place shouldn't be able to restrain us anymore. We should be able to leave. Wu Yan nodded and agreed. Wu Yan looked at Yukari, who is talking to Flandre-chan, and the girls who are talking to her. He then looked at the Beast King's gigantic body. When Wu Yan found out that this is the Beast King's body and they can't escape, he had an idea. He wondered if he could turn this gigantic body over to the system in exchange for points. At that time, the system notified him that the Beast King is still in control of this skeletal fortress. That's why he can't turn it over to the system for points. But now, the Beast King is no longer here. If that's the case, I should be able to turn it over to the system for points. Wu Yan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Fei Fei and the others shuddered. Without saying a word, Wu Yan waved his hand. In the next moment, the gigantic skeletal fortress suddenly disappeared. Everyone felt like they were being shaken. Then, the dazzling sunlight shone on everyone's face. They couldn't help but squint their eyes. Ding! Obtained 1 million item points. Wu Yan laughed. This is great. Before coming to the Behemoth Forest, he used to exchange for items to save his life. Now, his item points are back to 10 million. Fei Fei and the others looked at the skeletal fortress that disappeared without a trace. Their eyes lit up, but they didn't say a word. Along the way, Wu Yan's methods had shocked them. They were already numb to it. Chapter 598. Outside the Behemoth Forest camp, it has been a day since the expedition team returned from the Behemoth Forest. Initially, many people didn't have high hopes for the expedition team's mission in the Behemoth Forest. After all, the Behemoth Forest's outer perimeter is still manageable. Even if the Behemoth Forest is different from before, the expedition team should still be able to survive. However, the inner perimeter is a different story. In the inner region, the demonic beasts were at least at the peak of level 7, and level 8 demonic beasts were innumerable. With the elite expedition team consisting of level 7 demonic beasts and only one level 8 demonic beast leader, entering the inner region was simply courting death. In fact, even the Thunder Sovereign himself did not think highly of the elite exploration team's ability to obtain the information and return safely. In fact, if it wasn't for the imperial family's decision to send the younger generation Sylph for this mission, Lei Wang would have formed a team of Tier 8 demonic beasts to explore the Behemoth Forest. Although it was impossible to form a 100-man team with 8th Order powerhouses, even if it was only half or less, it was still better than a 100-man team with 7th Order powerhouses. To be more precise, the expedition team is nothing more than a sacrificial pawn for the major houses to fight against each other. Aside from Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi, the rest of them will most likely perish in the giant beast forest due to the rivalry between the major houses. Lei Wang's plan was to wait for Fei Fei, Sylph, Bingling, and Bishi to use their trump cards to escape from the Behemoth Forest. Then, he would send a team of 30 Tier 8 demonic beasts into the Behemoth Forest to carry out the mission. The expedition team from before was just child's play. However, to everyone's surprise, the members of the elite expedition team actually completed their mission successfully. Moreover, other than a few people, there were no casualties. This was simply inconceivable. When the entire elite expedition team came out of the giant beast's forest, the Thunder King almost thought that he was seeing things with his old eyes. After that, Lei Wang finally learned about the expedition from Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi. He finally understood that it was all because of Wu Yan. This made Lei Wang feel exceptionally gratified. He didn't expect Wu Yan to not only fulfill his request, he also brought back the entire team with him. How could Lei Wang not be happy? Of course, this little bit of happiness was quickly extinguished by the news that Fei Fei and the other three brought back. The Beast King has really been born. Lei Wang's expression turned serious. He placed his hand on the table and left a handprint on it. Looks like the storm in the Spalier world is about to get bigger. Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi's expressions turned serious. Their hearts felt heavy and they didn't feel happy about completing their mission. Lei Wang shook his head and laughed. He patted Fei Fei's shoulder. "Alright, you don't have to worry too much about this. No matter what, you all completed the mission very well. You all deserve to be rewarded." Fei Fei lowered her head and smiled bitterly. "No, if it wasn't for Yan, I'm afraid we would have died in the Beast King's hands." Bing Ling and Bishi remained silent. In their hearts, they felt even more ashamed than Fei Fei. After all, Fei Fei had tried to fight against the Beast King. As for them, they couldn't even muster up the courage to fight against the Beast King. Lei Wang laughed. "That little fellow's performance is indeed very good. Looks like it was a wise choice to seek his help in advance. If I didn't know from your mouths that that mysterious little fellow has so many miraculous methods in his hands, I would have wanted to give him some reward. Now, I'm afraid that he won't take a fancy to it. If Wu Yan was here, his heart would have broken into pieces. How can something at Tier 9 bring out be ordinary? Even if it's not as good as the system's products, it's still worth a lot of points to trade for. Besides, it's not like you all didn't get anything out of it, right?" Lei Wang smiled at the four of them. "After this trip to the Behemoth Forest, I'm sure you all have grown a little. Now, it's time to turn this experience into real strength. Of course, regarding all of this, Fei Fei is already a step ahead." When he said this, the smile on the Thunder King's face grew even wider. "I believe that Li Lu and your teacher will be so happy that they won't be able to sleep if they know that you have advanced to the 8th level." Hearing the Thunder Emperor's words, Fei Fei finally smiled a little. Her advancement this time was indeed an exceptionally joyous matter. Sylph suddenly spoke up. "Master Lei Wang, that Lady Yakumo," the Thunder Sovereign gradually withdrew his smile. His expression sank, and he appeared somewhat uncertain. Did Lady Yakumo really defeat the Beast King? Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi nodded solemnly. They saw Yukari defeating the Beast King with her own eyes. How could it be fake? She defeated the Beast King without breaking a sweat. Lei Wang's eyes were filled with respect. This Lord Z, just where did this super expert come from? Did that little guy summon her with a summoning spell? But I've never heard any rumors about that lord. He doesn't seem to be like the other 5 legendary peak demigod level powerhouses either. Fei Fei and the other 3 kept their mouths shut. It was impossible for them to have heard of the rumors of the 5 peak demigod rank experts. Therefore, they couldn't give any opinions. Could it be? The Thunder Sovereign tapped the table lightly as his eyes darted around. That Lady Yakumo is a newly ascended demigod? No, that's impossible. Lei Wang denied his own thoughts. If that's the case, then it's too scary. It's impossible for a newly ascended demigod to defeat a newly ascended demigod. If she's really a newly ascended demigod, there should be rumors about her when she was still a demigod. Lei-sama. Bing Ling stepped forward. He hesitated for a bit before continuing. Yasa-sama, you seem to be very close to Wu Yan. You seem to be very close to him. Lei Wang glanced at Bing Ling and said expressionlessly. So what? Bing Ling was stunned. Lei Wang sighed softly when he saw Bing Ling's expression. I know what you're thinking. Indeed, if we can recruit a demigod expert, he'll definitely be a pillar that can support both heaven and earth, but have you thought about it? A demigod is a world-class existence. We can't predict how powerful they are. The Beast King looked at Bing Ling. Are you sure you won't get into trouble if you try to get Lady Yakumo from that little guy? Be careful not to implicate your own family. You'll be in deep trouble if that happens. Bing Ling's expression stiffened when he heard Lei Wang's words. Finally, he turned pale. Lei Wang turned around and waved his hand. No matter what, don't try to get Lady Yakumo. It's the same for that little guy. I trust him. It's better if you keep your little schemes to yourself. Bing Ling pursed his lips and exchanged glances with Bai Shi. He had a complicated look in his eyes. In the end, he left. In any case, he had to report everything to the higher-ups of his family and let them have a headache. In a certain corner that the Thunder Sovereign and the others were unaware of, a faint spatial ripple flashed and arrived. In one of the tents in the camp, Lady Yakumo was holding a parasol and looking ahead. There was a crack there. It was a hideous black crack filled with eyes. Inside the crack was the conversation between Lei Wang and Fei Fei and the rest. Lady Yakumo's lips curled. She waved the fan in her hand and smiled. Then, she opened another spatial crack filled with eyes. This was her ability, spatial crack ability. Chapter 599. After the discussion in the tent, Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi left the tent and returned to their respective residences. On the other hand, the Thunder Emperor hastily contacted the members of the Academy. No matter what, the matter of the Beast King was no small matter. The 12 level 9 powerhouses of the Academy had to unite in order to find the Beast King and resolve this crisis before the Beast King recovered from his injuries. Of course, this is the best outcome. The Council must also prepare for the worst. As for the specifics, it's up to the Council to decide. After Sylph parted ways with Fei Fei, Bing Ling, and Bishi, she returned to her tent alone. She looked normal, but if you look closely, you'll notice that Sylph's footsteps are a little impatient. There is a crystal ball in Sylph's tent. It's used to communicate with her faction. Bing Ling and Bishi have one as well. Only Fei Fei doesn't have one. Lei Wang is here so Fei Fei can report to him directly. There's no need for her to go through so much trouble like Sylph and the other two. It's a pity that the crystal ball can only be used for communication. There's a limit to the amount of information that needs to be prepared. It can't be brought into the giant beast's forest. Otherwise, Fei Fei and the others wouldn't need to constantly report to the giant beast's forest. They could just take out the crystal ball. Sylph walked in front of the crystal ball and placed her hand on it. She slowly channeled her mana into it. The surface of the crystal ball flashed with a trace of luster and gradually became transparent under the effect of mana. Not long after, the crystal ball flashed with a halo and a projection screen appeared in the air. At the same time, a man in his 40s with a calm face, shrewd eyes, and a crown on his head appeared on the projection screen. Imperial Father. Sylph bowed when she saw the man. She then informed the others about the man's identity. It's Sylph's father. The current emperor of the Ailu Empire. Sylph. The Ailu Emperor had a look of fondness in his eyes. He couldn't help but reveal a doting smile when he saw Sylph. Sylph is the Ailu Emperor's favorite child. Not only is she the prettiest among all his children, she's also very talented in cultivation. She's only 20 years old and she's already a rank 8 powerhouse. She was also the strongest person in the Spalier World Academy for quite some time. Whether it's from the perspective of an emperor or a father, the Ailu Emperor can't help but love Sylph. Even though I heard from old Lei that you've returned from the Behemoth Forest, I'm relieved to see that you're safe and sound. The Ailu Emperor said with a smile. Sylph's heart warmed up. Her cold expression melted a little. She would only show this in front of her father who loves her dearly. Sylph seemed to be reminded of the time she spent in the giant beast's forest. Her expression loosened up a little, but she still replied. Yes, father. When I came back yesterday, I had to report to the Thunder King and there were many things I had to do personally. That's why I didn't get in touch with you in time. If someone familiar with Sylph was here, they would have been shocked by her words. Sylph has never spoken so much before. Child, didn't I tell you that you don't have to be so respectful when there are no outsiders around? The Ailu Emperor shook his head. It's clear how much he dotes on his daughter from his words. Sylph was aware of this, but she didn't change her mind in the slightest. The Ailu Emperor was helpless, there was nothing he could do about his daughter. He shook his head and didn't bring it up again. I've heard from old Lei about what happened in the behemoth forest. The Ailu Emperor's voice sank, but it wasn't hard to hear the relief in his voice. Thank goodness Lady Z was there. Otherwise, I can't imagine what would have happened to you. The Ailu Emperor's expression turned ugly. He was the one who decided to send Sylph into the behemoth forest to investigate. It wasn't just to give Sylph more experience, it was also to show off the royal family's bearing. Sylph may be young, but she's already a rank 8. She also had a gold armament and some gifts from the royal family. It's hard to say if she would succeed in the mission, but she should be able to keep her life. What he didn't expect was for Sylph to run into a beast king right in front of him. This caused him to shudder in fear. Father. Sylph raised her head and looked at the Ailu Emperor on the screen. I found something else during my trip to the behemoth forest. Something else? The Ailu Emperor looked at Sylph with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Oh? What did you find? You don't even want to talk about your trip to the behemoth forest? Sylph pondered for a moment as if she was weighing her words carefully before she spoke. Father, I found my ancestors' ring of authority. What did you say? The Ailu Emperor's expression changed after hearing Sylph's words. His expression changed even more than when he heard the news of the Beast King's birth. His face couldn't help but inch closer to the crystal ball. You said you found the ring of authority? The Ailu Emperor asked anxiously. Where is it? Where's the ring of authority? As the ruler of a nation, he should be able to face everything with a calm and collected attitude. That's how a proper ruler should be. That's how the Ailu Emperor usually acts. But now, he completely lost it. Sylph, on the other hand, wasn't surprised at all. It was as if this was how the Ailu Emperor should act. Father. Sylph paused for a moment before continuing. Do you know Wu Yan? Wu Yan? The Ailu Emperor muttered under his breath. A smile tugged at the corner of his lips. You're talking about Wu Yan, the one who fought Jafar in the Silveria World Institute tournament? Sylph nodded in agreement. That's him. That little brat. The Ailu Emperor chuckled. Back then, we even used our projection to meet him in the academy. We didn't expect him to be related to a demigod. Moreover, he even has a level 9 girl by his side. Father is very curious about his background. With that, the Ailu Emperor changed the topic. Since you mentioned him, is the ring of authority in his hand? Sylph slowly nodded. The Emperor narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. The ring of authority is actually on his hand. Father, what do you think I should do? Sylph asked with a hint of helplessness. The Ailu Emperor smiled bitterly. What do we do? What else can we do? That little fellow has a demigod and a super strong level 9 by his side. What's certain is that it's impossible to snatch him by force. With that Lord Z around, the royal family definitely can't afford to offend him. Even if that person were to take action. But what about the ancestors' ring of authority? Sylph asked. The Ailu Emperor fell silent for a long time before he sighed. Everything will be done according to the will of our ancestors. Follow the ancestors' will. Sylph hesitated. The other members of the imperial family won't let this go so easily. Humph. The Ailu emperor sneered. Won't let this go? They're just side branches. If they can do anything to Lady Z, then let them be. We just need to do our job well. That's enough. Yes. Father. The two people who were in the middle of their conversation did not know that their conversation had already fallen into the ears of others. Chapter 600. Due to the Beast King's escape, the magical beasts in the behemoth forest became like a sheet of loose sand overnight. They no longer moved in groups of 2s and 3s. Instead, they returned to their original state, where the strong preyed on the weak. The behemoth forest returned to its former peaceful state. However, those who were observant would be able to sense that the restored behemoth forest was a little quieter than before. It looked like a giant beast that was accumulating power, causing people to feel uneasy. The Beast King may have escaped, but it definitely wouldn't have escaped outside of the behemoth forest. Therefore, the camp outside of the behemoth forest was still there. Instead, people would be transferred in from other places every day to strengthen the camp. It seems like the camp is going to become a base of operations. That is indeed the case. If the Beast King was killed while it was heavily injured, the camp would naturally disappear. However, if the Beast King recovered in time, the camp would probably continue to exist. It's worth mentioning that not only the Ailu Empire, but also the Baruba Empire and Faya Empire were in the same situation. The behemoth forest spanned across 3 empires. As a natural treasure land, all 3 empires built supply towns outside of the behemoth forest. Since the Ailu Empire's magical beast army went berserk, these 2 empires were naturally not spared. The council was originally formed by the strongest of the 9 great clans of the 3 empires. Their strategy for the behemoth forest was naturally the same. Similarly, the Ailu Empire, Baruba Empire, and Faya Empire also sent scouting teams into the behemoth forest. However, these 2 empires didn't send out any of their younger generation. Therefore, they didn't send out a team of 7th-tier warriors. Instead, they sent out a team of at least 38th-tier warriors to explore the behemoth forest. Unfortunately, even though they were stronger than the Ailu Empire, their efficiency wasn't as high. After all, they didn't have Wu Yan's group in their team, so their efficiency wasn't as good as before. Instead, the Ailu Empire's Tier 7 exploration team was able to complete their mission. How ironic. Now, the 3 empires and the 3 camps would send teams into the behemoth forest every day. In order to find the traces of the Beast King, the 3 camps constantly increased their manpower and sent people into the forest to search. For a time, the entire behemoth forest was bustling with noise and excitement. After losing the ability to unite, the magical beasts were not as difficult to deal with as before. This scouting mission was much easier than before. Of course, if they encountered a high-level magical beast, they could only blame it on their bad luck. Coincidentally, ever since they returned from the behemoth forest, Wu Yan had been in this state of admitting that he was unlucky for the past 3 days. Not for anything else, but for the Beast King. Logically speaking, a demigod-level Beast King should have given them a lot of experience points after being defeated by Violet. Perhaps they could even create a few more 9th-stage Beast Kings. However, the problem was that the Beast King had been defeated without giving them any experience points. Maybe it was because of Yukari's rejection. The system became arrogant and gave a reason that Yukari is temporarily summoned, unable to give any experience points. Just like that, a large amount of experience points flew away from Wu Yan's eyes. When he heard the news, Wu Yan almost fainted from anger. It took him a long time to catch his breath. But from then on, he was in a state of admitting that he was unlucky. Fortunately, the rest of the journey was smooth sailing. The Beast King escaped, and the 12 peak-level magical beasts guarding the Beast King also disappeared without a trace. They didn't have to go through another battle. Although the experience points were gone, Yukari couldn't give them any experience points. They didn't have much confidence that they could rely on themselves to gain experience points. Speaking of Yukari, it was necessary to mention her. Ever since she came out of the behemoth forest, Yukari's whereabouts became unpredictable. She disappeared from everyone's sight from time to time, and she didn't tell them what she was doing. When they asked her, she gave them a mysterious smile and didn't say anything. She really needed to be taught a lesson. Of course, even if Wu Yan had 100 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to teach Yukari a lesson. There was a 99% chance that he would be taught a lesson by Yukari, and then be killed by Yukari. Wu Yan had no choice but to let Yukari run around. Anyway, with Yukari's combat strength, even if everyone in this world worked together, they wouldn't be able to do anything to her. Plus, Yukari had the ability to appear and disappear mysteriously. In this world, where could she be trapped? Fortunately, Yukari didn't run around randomly. She might disappear from time to time, but at least Yukari can still see her every day. It's a relief. Plus, Yukari used some unknown method to get close to the girls in just 2 to 3 days. Yukari didn't have to worry about being ostracized. Most importantly, Yukari didn't put on airs. She always smiles whenever she's with the girls, and they get along very well. However, Wu Yan has a feeling that Yukari likes to hang out with the girls because Astria called her Yukari sister. Now, other than Chuju, Mikoto, Shokuhu Misaki, and Ikaros, the rest of the girls are calling her Yukari sister. As a girl who was forever 17 years old, the effect of calling her Sister Z was outstanding. She was only a step away from raising Z's favorability to the maximum. That was why Z liked to hang out with other girls. As for the reason, only heaven, earth, and the two of them knew about it. Wu Yan is currently in his own tent. There's no one around him. Ikaros, who always stuck to him, was handed over to Yukari. Yukari brought her to Chuju, Mikoto, and the others. Wu Yan sat alone on a blanket in his tent. He looked at the space ring in his hand and thought for a moment. He sank his consciousness into the space inside the ring. What entered his vision was a sea of monster corpses, monster crystals, and even monster eggs. Some of these items were looted by the Misaka sisters when they were hunting in the behemoth forest. One of the sisters just handed it over to him. The other part was given to him by Fei Fei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi. They wanted to thank Wu Yan and the girls for saving their lives. To put it simply, these things fell into his hands because he wanted to make friends with Z. That was why he was able to benefit from them. He has to admit that the gifts given by Fei Fei and the others are in line with Wu Yan's wishes. Monster corpses can be exchanged for item points, monster crystals can be exchanged for ability points, and monster eggs can be exchanged for summoning points. With these items, Wu Yan's net worth will increase by quite a bit. What caught Wu Yan's attention the most is the monster eggs that can be exchanged for summoning points. After some thought, Wu Yan swiped his finger across the screen and opened the system projection. He clicked on the summoning tab and stopped after a while. Itsuka Kotori, Date Battle, Character. Fire Spirit. Dual Personality. Originally a human but later transformed into a spirit. Identification name is Ifrit. 100,000 summoning points. Tokisaki Kurumi, Dating Battle Character, Time Spirit, Dual Color Pupils. Identification name, Nightmare. 95,000 summoning points. Night Sword God Toka, Date Battle, Character, Sword Spirit, Identification name, Princess, 100,000 summoning points. Yoshino, Date Battle, Character, Ice Spirit. She created a unique personality, Yoshino. The two of them almost never leave each other. Identification name, Hermit, 85,000 summoning points. Wu Yan started to feel conflicted. Chapter 601. Honestly, Wu Yan wanted to summon Kodori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yono to Silveria. It's not just because he missed them, it's also because he wanted to meet Hinajaku, Mikoto, and the other girls. That's why he wanted to do so. Although he was a bit shameless, but no matter what, whether it was Hinajaku, Mikoto, or Kodori, they were all a part of him that he couldn't do without. And since they were all his people, he had to get along well with them. That was the most important thing, wasn't it? Otherwise, how will he survive in the future? Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Shokuho Misaki understood this very well. That's why they made it clear to him that night. They didn't want to embarrass themselves and ruin their future because of jealousy. Now that they've made it clear, the next step is to meet them. Due to the Behemoth Forest incident, the timing wasn't ideal. Plus, he didn't have enough summoning points, so the summoning was delayed. But now, the Behemoth Forest incident has come to an end. With the sponsorship of Feifei, Sylph, Bing Ling, and Bishi, he should have enough summoning points. As the saying goes, everything is ready except for the crucial element. He wondered how Kodori and the others would react when they find out that he has such a powerful support group. This is also why Wu Yan is in such a dilemma. Time passed as Wu Yan struggled to come up with a way to explain the situation to her. After a long time, Wu Yan shook his head and patted his cheeks to cheer himself up. Among the four of them, Kodori might have an ambiguous relationship with him, but she used to help him when he was conquering fairies. She shouldn't have too much of a reaction. Yoshino is just a lowly, she doesn't know anything and has zero combat power. As for Kurumi, she probably wants him to find a few more girls so she can have fun. The only troublesome one is Toka. As a natural foodie, Toka has a tendency to get jealous. But Wu Yan is confident that he can fool a foodie with a negative IQ. With that thought in mind, Wu Yan decided not to dwell on what he has and what he doesn't have. He picked up the space ring filled with demonic beast corpses, magic crystals, demonic beast eggs and other items. He pinched the ring and handed everything over to the system, leaving behind an empty space ring. Character: Wu Yan. Abilities: True Ancestor Bloodline, Endless Martial Training, Knight Never Died by Bare Hands, Electromancer, LV5, Equipment: Gate of Babe, B rank, Summons, Misaka Mikoto, Goe Chuju, Ikaros, Yakumo Yukari, Astria, Flandra Scarlet Shokuho Misaki, Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, Takitsuba Riku, Misaka Sister, 20,000, Equipment Points, 200,000 Item Points, 1253000 Ability Points, 400,000 Summoning Points, 500,000 Level, 73, Summoning Kodori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino requires a total of 380,000 summoning points. With the help of the monster eggs and the space ring, he has more than enough points. Wu Yan opened the system projection and clicked on Summon. He found Kodori's location and handed over the 380,000 summoning points. The familiar summoning light shot out from the system projection and illuminated the empty space in front of Wu Yan. It formed a wide circle of light. Waves of aura that he's met more than once slowly floated out from the circle of light. Wu Yan clenched his fists and his face showed a hint of excitement. 4 figures of different heights and sizes were slowly drawn within the icy cold tent. Just like a sketch, they gradually appeared from within the circle of light. Even though it had summoned 4 people at the same time, the efficiency of the system was still as high as before. Not long after, the full appearance of the figures was revealed. 2 pink ponytails swayed up and down. She wore a white collared shirt and a pink skirt. Itsuka Kodori has arrived. Her long black hair cascaded down her back. 2 braids of hair were tied up in front of her. Her long bangs covered her left eye. She wore a black rose-like princess dress. Tokasaki Kurumi has arrived. Her long purple hair bloomed like a flower. A red ribbon was tied behind her hair. She wore a pink shirt and denim shorts. Toka, the night sword god, has arrived. She has long blue hair and a small figure. She wore a white hat and held a rabbit plushie in her hand. She wore a white dress with yellow trim. Yoshino has arrived. The four beautiful elven girls looked like princesses of the mortal world under the influence of the summoning light. They were noble, beautiful, and adorable. At this moment, their eyes were tightly shut. It was exactly the same as when the summoners were summoned in the past. Obviously, they were receiving memories from the system. After an unknown amount of time, 4 thin rays of light came and connected to Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan's lips curled up. He touched his chest where the rays of light were connected to. The rays of light passed through his chest without any resistance. However, Wu Yan could feel the heartbeats of the 4 fairies. When the heartbeats of the 5 fairies are synchronized, the 4 rays of light broke off. They turned into 4 balls of light and floated into Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan closed his eyes. He could feel the life of Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Yoshino beating in his body. He was very excited. After enjoying it for a while, he looked forward. The 4 fairies finally opened their eyes. When they opened their eyes, they saw Wu Yan standing in front of them with a smile on his face. They were stunned. Then, joy appeared in their eyes. Shido, brother, X4, huh. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. He opened his arms and hugged Toka, who jumped in front of him. Wu Yan was a little dazed by her fragrance, but more than that, he was happy. Yu. Toka, who only wanted to get close to Wu Yan, was suddenly attacked. Her face turned red, steam came out of her head and her eyes started rolling. It's been a few days for Wu Yan, but for the 4 fairies, they just saw Wu Yan this morning. They can't understand the joy of reunion. Allah. Not far away, Kwang San tilted her head. Her wine-red eyes couldn't help but curve into a smile. Shido is really rough, how bold. Yoshino's face was slightly red. She turned her head to look at Yoshino in her hand. What she got in return was Yoshino's mischievous laughter. Humph. Kotori turned her head away. Of course, she won't admit that she's a little envious of Toka. Hee, I'm happy, can't I? Wu Yan let go of Toka and he chuckled. He opened his arms wide and he teased her. Kurumi, why don't you have one too? Kurumi was stunned, then she smiled and walked to Wu Yan without any hesitation. She threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Tightening his arms, Wu Yan's smile deepened. He turned to look at Yoshino and squatted down. Come. Yoshino, let brother hug you too. You. Yoshino's face turned red. She turned left and right in a panic, then she summoned her courage and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Kotori felt both happy and worried at the same time. She noticed Wu Yan's malicious gaze and she took a step back. Her cheeks turned red as she blushed. But before she could do anything, Kotori's vision turned black. She was enveloped by a warm embrace. Chapter 602. Of course, the one who knows Wu Yan the best is Kotori, the cute little sister of Wu Yan. Kotori is the only one who knows about Wu Yan's background. She understood the kind of feelings this Oni-chan must be harboring for him to hug them like this. Kotori blushed when Wu Yan hugged her, but she didn't struggle. She bashfully snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace with her eyes closed. She didn't dare to look at anyone. However, Kotori still felt a bit weird. She just had a grand farewell with Wu Yan a moment ago. Now, she's seeing this Oni-chan who she both loved and hated at the same time. It's a weird feeling. Let go of me. After a long time, Wu Yan still didn't let go of her. Kotori shyly yelled, "How much longer do you want to hug me? It doesn't matter. I'm just happy." Wu Yan pursed his lips, but he still let go of Kotori. He was a bit reluctant. It can't be helped, Kotori, Kurumi, Toka, and Kano are the 4 fairy girls. Wu Yan missed every single one of them, but the one he missed the most would be this cheap sister of his. When Wu Yan first arrived in the date battle world, he met Kotori. She arranged for him to stay in her house. He also went to the past and met the past Kotori. It's only natural that his feelings for her were stronger than the other 3 girls. Only after Kotori regained her freedom did the 4 elf girls realize what had happened to them, and their eyes were filled with curiosity. Wu Yan chuckled. Did you guys get the necessary memories from the system? The 4 girls nodded in unison. Kotori looked around and exclaimed, although I've heard about this from you a long time ago, I still feel like I'm dreaming after experiencing it for myself. Kotori, you already know everything from Shido. Kurumi pointed a finger at her lips and looked at Wu Yan. Shido, that's not fair. We were kept in the dark. Wu Yan scratched his head, embarrassed. I was afraid you wouldn't believe me. Are we really in another world now? 10 Incense looked around curiously and pointed at the top of her head. Sherdao, what is this? She asked. This is a tent. Wu Yan shrugged. Toka opened her mouth and said, don't ask me what a tent is. I don't know how to explain it to you. Toka pouted and turned her head away. Wu Yan found it funny. Squatting down, Wu Yan picked up the 4 Yanai who were also looking around curiously. Wu Yan continued. You guys already know about my memories from the system, so I don't need to explain too much. In short, we will be living here for a long time, we need to get used to it as soon as possible. Sherdao is really overbearing. Obviously, I haven't agreed to live in this world with you. Kuang San smiled and lowered her head. Wu Yan shook his head and bitterly smiled. Alright, don't call me Shido. My real name is Wu Yan. Just call me Yen. Yen. The bow-tied hairband on 10 Fragrance's head fluttered like a kitten. That's not a nice name. Shido sounds better. Wu Yan was speechless. Kotori raised her head proudly. Of course, that's the name I gave him. You guys. Wu Yan chuckled and he raised his voice. Whether it sounds nice or not is one thing. Anyway, this is my name. Don't call me by the wrong name. The 4 girls wanted to retort, after all, they're used to it. But when they saw Wu Yan's unquestionable expression, they gave up on the idea and reluctantly agreed. The name issue is a small matter, but it has to be emphasized. Wu Yan doesn't want them to call out Shido's name when they're showing off their love. It's the name of the main character of the original work after all. Seeing how reluctant the girls are, Wu Yan rolled his eyes in annoyance. Why do you all look like that? It's not that different. Kotori, Yoshino, you all call me Big Bro. Just call me Big Bro. As for Kurumi and Toka, just remember them. Is it that hard? Fine. Since Wu Yan put it that way, the girls had no choice but to compromise. Kotori was the only one who wasn't happy about this. In her commander mode, she can't bring herself to call Wu Yan Oniai-chan in front of everyone. Alright. Wu Yan chuckled. He paused and pretended to be casual. Come with me, let's go meet my companions in this world. Companions? Toka and Yoshino didn't think much of Wu Yan's words. But Kotori and Kurumi narrowed their eyes and looked at Wu Yan. Swoosh. Wu Yan's back was drenched in sweat. His face is still as innocent as ever, he doesn't look like he's guilty at all. But the more Wu Yan acted like this, the more suspicious Kotori and Kurumi became. They looked at each other and stared at Wu Yan without saying anything. The entire place fell silent. At a certain moment, Kotori wrinkled her nose and turned her head away. Since they're companions, it's not a bad idea to meet them. Wu Yan started crying inside. He looked at Kotori with a very touched expression. As expected of a good sister. Her support, whether it's against the elves or against the outside world, never changed. Kotori, I love you so much. Kurumi covered her mouth and smiled. She nodded, she didn't care at all. Carrying Yoshino, Kotori, Kurumi, and Toka, the 5 of them walked out of the tent. They walked towards Chuju, Mikoto, and the other girls. Wu Yen started to get nervous as he got closer to the tent. I wonder what kind of meeting scene it will be. You're Yoshino, right? Seeing Yoshino standing in front of her, who's about the same age as her, Flan's eyes showed a trace of joy. For a long time, other than little Liren, Fran was the only child in this group of people. Although Fran also liked to be with everyone, she still hoped that there would be someone of the same age who could accompany her. Now that opportunity has arrived, how could Flan not be happy? My name is Flandra-chan. Flandra-chan straightened her back to make herself look more dignified. I'm 495 years old today. How about you? Are you as old as Flan? 95 years old. Yoshino blinked her big blue eyes. Her expression was filled with astonishment. Flandra-chan thought Yoshino was admitting to something. Hee, Yoshino, looks like you're not as old as Flan. Flandra-chan jumped in joy. If that's the case, you have to call me Big Sister Flan, got it? Yoshino lowered her head and thought for a moment before nodding. Flan has a point. 495 years old is older than her, right? Calling her big sister is the right thing to do. Fran instantly jumped 3 feet into the air with excitement on her face. Flan is a big sister too. Flan is a big sister too. Everyone laughed when they saw the innocent conversation between the 2 girls. Astria and Toka laughed the loudest. The 2 of them were holding hands. You're Kotori, right? Chuju ran her fingers through her hair and smiled at Kotori. I often hear Yen talking about you. You look about the same age as me, right? Mikoto looked at Kotori with interest. My name is Mikoto, nice to meet you. Kotori smiled cutely and nodded. She started introducing herself. At the entrance, Wu Yen stared at the scene with his mouth agape. His heart felt like it was being trampled by thousands of alpacas. Is this real? Chapter 603. Wu Yen felt like he didn't need to be so conflicted when he saw this peaceful scene. With Kotori's personality, unless it's absolutely necessary, she won't fight with others over something. She may be a bit of a tsundere, but she's different from Hinajuku and Mikoto. She doesn't like to get jealous. The only time she gets jealous is when she feels that her status as a younger sister is being threatened. Otherwise, she'll just be a capable younger sister in all aspects. Toka, on the other hand, is a very jealous person. However, she would only show her jealous side when Wu Yen is surrounded by enemies. For example, when Kurumi applied to be Wu Yan's fiancée, Toka showed her hostility. Now, with her natural brain, she didn't realize that everyone around her is her enemy. She even stuck close to Astria because of gluttonous antenna. Of course, it could also be because of dumb antenna. As for Yono, let's not talk about her. Can't you see the love in the eyes of the girls around her? Even if Wu Yen wants to chase the 4 Yonai away, the girls would probably just kill him for it. Flandra-chan and Yono are yelling at each other, Astria and Toka are messing around with each other, Hinajuku, Mikoto, and Kotori are chatting in a corner, giggling and giggling. Wu Yen, who had been frozen stiff all this while, suddenly turned to ash. I feel like an idiot. Wu Yen took 2 deep breaths and forced a smile. He walked up to Astria and Toka. Astria, Toka. Wu Yen opened his mouth but Astria interrupted him. Really? You also think barbecue is the best? Yes, yes, yes. I love barbecued meat the most. There are sweet ones, salty ones, hard ones, and soft ones. When you bite into it, it's still crispy. You too. Wow. Me too. Especially Master's barbecue, it's my favorite. Right? Right? Shido, no, Yan's cooking is delicious, I love it all. Me too. Me too. You too. I've eaten Master's Manchuhan Imperial Feast before. It's delicious and there's a lot of it. I can eat until I'm full every time. Huh? Manchuhan Imperial Feast? What's that? I've never eaten it before. Let's get Master to cook for us next time. Standing between the two girls who are discussing the dishes, Wu Yan reached out his hand as if he was trying to salvage something. The smile on his face is a bit stiff and the grayness on his body is getting thicker. Taking a few deep breaths, Wu Yan glanced at the gluttonous duo who are immersed in their fantasies. He gave up on the idea of interacting with them and turned towards Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Kotori. Forcing a smile, he walked over to them. You too. Mikoto waved her hand in disgust before he could join the conversation. Go away, don't disturb our conversation. Wu Yan's smile froze. Looking at Hinajaku, Mikoto, and Kotori, Wu Yan felt like he got shot by an arrow. His heart throbbed in pain as the grayish-white aura around him slowly turned pale white. He looked like he was going to break at any moment. Wu Yan took a few deep breaths and held back his tears. He looked around and when he saw Flan and Yoshino, a smile appeared on his face. These two clingy little girls, they shouldn't reject me, right? Rolling his eyes, Wu Yan braced himself and he started walking towards Furan and Yanai. However, when he started walking, Wu Yan froze up like a wooden pillar. His smile became completely twisted. Flan and Yoshino were talking about something but Flan was excited. She grabbed Yoshino's hand and ran towards Kinohita Sayai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku. When she passed by Wu Yan, she turned around and ran towards the trio, completely ignoring Wu Yan. Sister Ai. Sister Frenda. Sister Lee. This is Yoshino, Flan's little sister, oh. How did they become sisters so quickly? But super cute, both of them are super cute. But, Yoshino, is the rabbit in your hand a doll? No, it's not, it's. Yoshino. Yo. Yoshino is Yoshino. Yoshino is not an ordinary doll. Ah. Super spoke. But, Takitsubu, why aren't you surprised? The doll spoke. Actually, I'm surprised too, can't you tell? I can't tell. X4 from afar, countless invisible arrows were shot from thin air and mercilessly hit Wu Yan's heart, shattering it into pieces. At the same time, a gentle breeze blew by and Wu Yan who was covered in cracks turned into pieces and was blown away. With a loud bang, Wu Yan knelt on the ground in a standard posture with his body bent forward. His background is filled with shadows as he muttered something under his breath. 2 streaks of tears flowed down his face. What are you doing? Suddenly, a sweet voice with a hint of doubt entered his ears. Wu Yan jolted as if he heard a heavenly voice. He looked up and saw Yukaro's holding Ikaro's hand and holding a parasol. Yukari stood elegantly in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan couldn't help but notice her holding Ikaro's hand and holding a parasol in her hand. The moment he saw Yukari, Wu Yan's tears collapsed. Yukari, with tears streaming down his face, Wu Yan threw himself in front of Yukari and hugged her thigh. He rubbed his face against her thigh as if he was holding a carrot instead of a thigh. Yukari jumped in fright. She looked at Wu Yan who was desperately rubbing his face on her thigh and crying his eyes out. She was stunned. What kind of blow did you go through to turn you into such a person? Stop. Stop it, stop it. Wu Yan said with tears streaming down his face. His words were full of vicissitudes of life, making people feel pity for him. Ikaros's ear-like headwear moved slightly and she walked to Wu Yan's side. She reached out and patted his head like a saint comforting a child. It's quite a comical scene. Chuju, Mikoto, and Kotori, who were chatting happily, stopped and looked at each other. In the end, Kotori couldn't bear to see him like this. Aren't we being a bit too much? Kotori, you mustn't pity him. Mikoto stepped forward and said angrily. If you pity him, he'll take advantage of you. But, Kotori, you have to know that we have to do this. Chuju narrowed her eyes and said seriously. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll definitely bring more girls back. Do you want to see him bring more girls back every once in a while? Kotori furrowed her brows. She doesn't mind this, but she doesn't want her group to be drowned in the sea of people either. Mikoto decided to strike while the iron is hot. That's why we have to teach him a lesson. He needs to remember that not everyone can be brought home. Home? Hinajuku and Kotori turned to look at Mikoto with a strange expression. Oh Mikoto, so you've already thought of home? Chuju teased. Mikoto's face turned red, she waved her hand and shook her head. I didn't. Don't deny it. Kotori looked at the two teasing each other and couldn't help but laugh. It's not bad, this feeling. Chapter 604. All of a sudden, the entire tent that was filled with people talking to each other became silent. Everyone looked at each other, their eyes revealing a strange look, as if they were telling others that they had discovered something. Then, they pursed their lips and mechanically turned in a direction. In the center of the tent, two beautiful girls stood facing each other. They had the same noble smile on their faces, and their figures were elegant. Compared to the noisy tent, no matter which group they were in, they did not fit in at all. They were like young ladies who had lowered their status and walked into the market. They are Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi. Looking at the two young ladies who didn't say anything and only had elegant and noble smiles on their faces, everyone present came to a sudden realization. No wonder they felt something was missing. No wonder they felt something was wrong. It's because of these two girls. Wu Yan, who was still holding onto Yukari's thigh, started tearing up. He pointed at the two girls who are staring at each other in the middle of the room and he spoke in a cautious tone. You're talking about them? Yukari patted Wu Yan's head with her fan. She told Wu Yan to let go of her leg. She continued. When you brought those four girls in, they looked at each other but didn't say anything. Until now, huh? Wu Yan stood up and scratched his cheeks. He glanced at the two girls who are locked in a stalemate. Wu Yan felt like he saw an intense aura colliding with each other, causing his body to tremble a little. Something doesn't feel right. What on earth are they doing? Yukari glanced at Wu Yan with a smirk on her face. Then, she said something with a deeper meaning. I don't know. The entire place fell silent when the two girls started acting strangely. It's a scary silence. Everyone saw the two girls' auras colliding and took a step back. They shut their mouths to prevent themselves from being implicated. Even Mikoto, who was Shokuho Misaki's biggest enemy, and the two idiots who don't care about anything, this situation lasted for a very long time, so long that everyone's legs started to feel numb. Shokuho Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi were still smiling at each other, they didn't realize that they had become the center of attention. Wu Yan's lips twitched. He couldn't keep his cool and he fidgeted a bit. He had mixed feelings of joy and worry. He was happy that this unscientific and harmonious scene had finally turned into a half-azura like he had expected. He was worried that the two girls would fight each other and end up affecting him. How should he put it? This kind of feeling only made him feel a kind of pain in the lower half of his body. There's always a feeling. Wu Yan laughed dryly. I have a bad feeling. At some point, Shokuhu Misaki and Tokisaki Kurumi finally broke the stalemate of looking at each other affectionately. They reached out their hands at the same time and shook each other's hands. Gaian. Are you Tokizaki-san? Shokuhu Misaki's face twitched, and a perfect smile bloomed on her face. At this moment, the entire tent was lit up by her smile. I've often heard about you from Shika-chan. I've always wanted to meet you. Today, I'm finally able to fulfill my wish. I'm honored, Shokuhu-san. Kurumi's beautiful face showed a charming smile. Her wine-red eyes curved like a crescent moon. She looked mature and sexy. The temperature in the tent rose a little bit. Her sweet voice made the girls' bodies warm up. Just like Shokuhu-san, I've often heard about you as well. Kurumi tilted her head and blushed. I've often heard that Aotsusama dotes on Shokuhu-san. Now that I've met you in person, I can't help but feel inferior. Although Kwang-san said that he felt inferior, the smile on his face looked as if he was mocking him. Coupled with Kwang-san's words, the surrounding people couldn't help but exclaim. Aotsusama, the girl's jaws dropped. Aotsusama. Wu Yan's jaw dropped to the ground. Era. Yukari covered her mouth with her folding fan. There's going to be a good show. Shokuhu Misaki's smile froze for a second. She recovered quickly, but the aura she exuded from Kurumi's aura decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Kurumi's bashful yet seductive face, Shokuhu Misaki's heart sank. She felt a sense of danger. Just when Shokuhu Misaki thought she could use her elegance to suppress her opponent did the exact opposite. She probably figured out that with their cultivation levels, elegance won't be enough to determine the winner. She decided to use her seductive side to show off her maturity. Kurumi called Shokuhu Misaki Aotsusama. She used the term Aotsusama to set the stage for Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki. She used the term Aotsusama to set the stage for Wu Yan and Shokuhu Misaki. She used the term Aotsusama to convey her relationship with Wu Yan. She used the term Aotsusama to show everyone that she's Wu Yan's wife and Shokuhu Misaki is the one being doted on. This was also the most brilliant point. He had used the doting and inferiority theory to show his magnanimity and maturity. Unknowingly, he had gained another 30% of the upper hand. The person in front of her is a strong opponent. Shokuhu Misaki made her decision on the spot. How could that be, Tokizaki-san? Shokuhu Misaki put away her elegant smile and her expression turned calm. She retracted her noble aura, but it's the aura of a queen. Tokizaki-san's appearance is top-notch, there aren't many who can compete with Tokizaki-san. Shokuhu Misaki's eyes lit up. She turned into the most noble person in the world. She's like an ethereal queen. Everything that belongs to her is the dirtiest thing in her eyes, including the seductive and seductive ones. Shokuhu Misaki is just lucky to be able to be with my sisters by the side of my beloved. I'm happy with my current situation. I won't be greedy for more doting. Shokuhu Misaki covered her mouth and giggled. If Yen-chan could look at me a few more times, would be satisfied. In an instant, everyone's jaws dropped even further. Listening to Shokuhu Misaki's extraordinary speech, the table in their hearts was blown away again and again. These words coming out of Shokuhu Misaki's mouth is the most ridiculous thing in the world. However, Kurumi, who was at the center of the battlefield, had a change of expression. Shokuhu Misaki's dignified attitude was basically a roundabout way of calling her vulgar. That's why she used sexiness to decorate herself. At the same time, she also showed that she didn't want to fight for Konoha's favor. She was trying to show that she didn't want Konoha's love. She was trying to show that Konoha's love wasn't possessiveness. It was a silent slap to her face. After all, didn't Konoha just say the word love? Her queen-like aura is real. If she didn't hold a high position for so long, she wouldn't be able to display such an aura. She's trying to show that she's suppressing her opponent. It's like a princess versus a commoner. It's clear who's superior and who's inferior. Kurumi, who originally had the upper hand, was pushed back by Shokuhu Misaki's beautiful counterattack. How could Kurumi's expression not change? The person in front of her is a strong opponent. Kurumi almost immediately came to the same conclusion as Shokuhu Misaki did. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.